Hello, everybody. Flamin' Shark back with another video, and today we're jumping into episode 28? Something like that, of Fate's Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works. And yeah, I'm recording this just about 24 hours, maybe just over 24 hours from when I recorded the previous episode, which I had recorded that and then posted it right away, whereas this one will actually be a little bit in advance. In fact, actually, let's not do that just yet. I'm excited for this, though. Last episode, obviously, was a bit on the shorter side. It was definitely shorter than I had intended, but I thought we had at least gotten 2 hours in. Turns out it was only about an hour and 40, but it was an intense episode. We got through another day. We tried to make a deal with Ilya, and as it turned out, she was getting cooked by Gilgamesh. We had Gilgamesh versus Berserker, which we got to witness the tail end of that fight, which was really cool. And then we had a bit of a confrontation of sorts with Gilgamesh and Shinji, which was interesting. I mean, we literally saw Gilgamesh rip Ilya's heart out, which I assume is Holy Grail related, given the way that Shinji and Gilgamesh were talking about it. And yeah, I mean, that just went crazy, and Tosaka and Emiya basically came to the conclusion that they're gonna have to find a way to save Saber and defeat Castor's band of merry servants all by themselves, basically. So, I'm assuming we're gonna double back to Castor. I will say, though, I understand that it was playing off of the previous day, when we had the Medea interlude at the beginning of the day, at the beginning of the previous episode. But I almost feel like, assuming we are gonna do stuff related to Castor in this episode, I almost feel like that might have been better placed here. But nonetheless, I suppose it was following up on the reveal of who she was in the first place. So, regardless, we are ready. Let's get it. This episode was called Night Stay Night. Yeah, this episode's called Night Stay Night, which is such a cool title. So much so that I might actually, as you guys know, despite doing one day at a time, I don't actually go with the titles that are the names of the days very often. But I might. Night Stay Night is such a cool title that we might actually roll with that. Anyways, it's a simple plan. The process will change depending on the situation. Our only objective is to confront Castor as a result. It doesn't matter whether that situation is only for an instant. Castor is the weakest servant when it comes to hand-to-hand combat. Even if she may be a servant, we have a chance at winning if we could fight her 2 against 1. Tosaka's gems and my projection magecraft. It's not a battle we can't win if we make full use of our individual powers. Yeah, the problem is Assassin, Archer, Saber, Kazuki even. That was the conclusion that we reached, and we go out of the forest believing in that. We don't exchange words after that. There's one reason. We're desperately bluffing so that we can deceive ourselves. Yeah, and then there's that. The fact that, yeah, just because you could theoretically beat Castor in hand-to-hand combat doesn't mean you're ever going to get that close. That's so... What the hell? Wow, dude, this is crazy. Maybe I really should have kept going last time. We are jumping straight into this. This is wild, dude. The sunrise is gray. The sunlight is blocked by the clouds, obscuring the light of dawn. A cloudy sky is above us. That's crazy. We didn't get a dream sequence. We didn't get anything. They are just... We didn't even get a discussion from Tosaka and Emiya or nothing. Like, we are just straight up... Ren and Shiro are just straight up already at the church. This is wild. Like, I don't even... I'm, like, a bit thrown off by this, like just how fast this is moving all of a sudden. I was talking about how in the last episode so much happened so quickly that we had a really short episode. Now I'm scared it's gonna happen again, or I'm gonna have to, or all the action's gonna be the front half and I'm gonna do like a second day that's a lot less interesting. A cloudy sky is above us. The sky that is closer to gray than black reminds me of the time of year, of that time 10 years ago. Is it going to start raining soon? A dull white sky. That man was standing under the cloudy sky that smelled like it had just stopped raining.
やはり来たか。君の性格は把握している。必ず何らかの策を持って戻ってくると思っていた。
Interesting. He stares at Tosaka with cool eyes.
悪いわね、あっちゃ。 その期待には応えられないわ。私たち見ての通り都市空間だもの。一日考えたけどなんにも策は思いつかなかったわ。
何？
He's like, wait, seriously?
信じられないでしょうけど、今日は玉砕に来たの。けど少しぐらいの運は残ってたみたいね。あなたがここにいるってことは、セイバーはまだキャスターに逆らってるってことだもの。
Then there are 4 opponents. If we break through Archer, the Gatekeeper, we can fight Caster and Assassin head on. Interesting that Archer's the Gatekeeper and not Assassin, given that Assassin was like the guardian of Ryoto Temple. Our plan is that we break through Archer together and confront Caster with the 2 of us. That's the lie Tosaka made up. They really don't have a plan.
キャスターとエミやシロ、天秤はキャスターに傾いたのだな。リン。
Rin. I love the way he says Rin. Archer's oppressive question.
ええ、自分でも自分の性格が嫌になるけど、生まれつきだから変えられなかったみたい。結局ここ一番で私は非人間だった。
Tosaka answers with an emotionless voice and steps forward.
シロ、アーチャーはあなただけを襲ってくる。フォローはしないわ。私はあなたが殺されている間にキャスターと戦ってみる。
What the actual fuck? As if that's a crime. Tosaka apologizes with her back as if she was intending to use me as a sacrifice from the start. And, like, symbolically having Shiro fight Archer, given that Shiro has been making the twin swords. And also, this is, like, a weird form of, like, loyalty to Rin from Archer, despite everything, despite his supposed loyalty. It's, like, weird. How stupid of her. She didn't have to say such a thing.
バカ、気にするな。俺だってお前の性格ぐらい分かってる。
Yeah, I'm not as dumb as you think I am. Yeah, it's like he saw this coming.
トサカ、勝ち目のないことはしない主義だろ。だから分かっていた。確かにこれぐらいしか勝つ方法はないもんな。
How about that?
シロ。
Her back that didn't have any hesitations shakes slightly. Oh. That's all the apology I need. Jesus.
行け！アーチャーは俺が抑える。お前が教会に入るぐらいまでは意地でも抑える。
Yo, this is crazy. What is happening? I mean, I knew they were gonna try something. I thought I didn't know what they were gonna try. I didn't have the, but this is already absolutely psychotic. I don't even know what to say. I kind of had to force myself to talk for a second there because I was worried I was just gonna keep pressing X and not even like say anything because I'm like so locked in already. I control my breathing and turn the gears of my engine. Yep. My condition is better than ever. I can project the same swords as him right away in this state.
ありがとう。ごめん、シロ。
Tosaka runs. Archer lets her go as if she was not in his sight from the start. Yeah, I think it's like all 3 of them predicted this. Like all 3 of them were expecting the same thing. Rin was a little surprised that Shiro was expecting it, but all 3 of them were prepared and expected the same thing, basically, here.
上出来だ。無能は無能なりに身をわきまえたか。
Yeah, he's impressed with you. He admits the intent to kill, as if to say he won't let me go this time.
トレース。オン。
I project the twin swords. The match should be made in an instant. The only things in my sight are Archer and Tosaka's back running to the church. The hell? Was it over in one blow, or was I able to hold out a few times? He literally can't even comprehend what happened, or he doesn't remember. The battle ends, and I look up at the sky with a limp body. A gray color covers the sky. Dude, if he dies here, and we keep going, I'm gonna lose my mind. Like, if we actually do, because I've talked about this being the Archer and Rin route, and that was always my kind of assumption. And admittedly, it's crazy how much Castor's been involved in this route, but I would say that for the most part, like, there's been parts of it where I was surprised about the lack of Archer and Rin, and then there's been other parts where, like, we've gotten a lot of them. I definitely feel like Archer and Rin, like, yeah, I still can't imagine him dying, despite, like, I think the willingness, like, it just doesn't, man, what the hell is happening? A gray color covers the sky. It should start raining soon. The cloudy sky is close, and the clouds block my hands like a wall. He's really about to die. Is he really about to die? My body is burning. I hear the faint sound of flames from the church. What the fuck? The sun is too far away from my powerlessly extended hand. That sky was as it was as if I went back in time to 10 years ago, and he was dying in that moment as well. What the fuck? What the... Oh my god, that was a dead end! That was such a long dead end. I figured for sure what... Bro, I'm stunned. That dead end went so long. Yeah, Tiger Dojo.
はい。意味がないと思われ続けて早23回。タイガー道場の時間である。
That's crazy.
さて、唐突ではありますが、今回でタイガー道場は第2部最終回である。
That's actually wild. How close? What does the last Tiger Dojo of Part 2 mean? Does Part 2 mean Unlimited Blade Works? Because if so, that's crazy.
師匠、時間割だと2部はあと1回稽古があるみたいだけど。
Oh?
くわ第24回の言葉言うな
I think Taiga Sensei's a little sick of this shit.
あのようなデッドエンドを迎える軟弱者に用はないなり。
Oh, is it a really bad one? Okay, so I'm just being told don't get another dead end. You know, I'll try my best.
よくわかんないけど、今回が事実上の2部最終回なわけですね。
Because we're not gonna get another dead end.
そうよ。一部最終回では2部からタイガー道場がパワーアップするなんてデマが流れたけど、今回はもう騙されないわ。
What the hell?
道場はこのまま。私と弟子1号だけでつつましく運営される小楽園を維持します。
God damn it, Ilya.
何やら反骨の層。
Oh yeah. The student must betray the master. That's only fitting.
この悪魔っ子、また何かよからぬことを企んでいるのではなかろうか。
Of course she is.
あら、それは誤解よ。ただ、第3部は今までみたいにタイガに付き合ってあげられないから、寂しい思いをさせるかなって。
Oh? Why won't you be able to keep her company in part 3?
道場に来られないとはまさかイリアちゃん？
本編で出番が多くなって
Okay. A little Ilya is gonna be a lot more involved in Heaven's Feel. Okay. I mean, it makes sense. She was pretty heavily involved in Fate, and she was basically not in this route. Like, she basically had nothing to do with Unlimited Blade Works, so she feels like a pretty major character in general. So it makes sense that she would be pretty heavily involved in 2 of the 3 routes.
リンルートではこういう結果になったけど、3部こそは私の真骨頂だもの。
Wow. Interesting. I'm curious to find out what that's
そ
about.
の分、タイガはますます出番が減るみたいね。
Oh no.
ご愁傷様。
Oh
こ
no.
れがヒロイン候補とヒロイン候補に
Damn. Damn. That's crazy. That's wild.
まあ、ヒロインになっても友達のままでいてあげるから安心なさい。そうね、私が本編を支配した暁には召使いくらいには。
That's great. Yeah. I mean, it is still possible. Like, I've kind of defaulted to assuming that the third route is going to be Sakura-centric, but I do think Ilya is probably... I mean, honestly, so, I've talked about this before. The main reason I think the third route's going to be about Sakura is actually... This sounds weird, but she's presented like a main character, but she was like a big-time side character in the first route, and she was barely a character so far in the second route. So I am just kind of the assumption that it's her, because it feels like she's been way underutilized, and that would explain it. Ilya's interesting, but they've been making so many jokes, as specifically in the Tiger Dojos that I have seen, about her not being a heroine, that it would be really weird if she was the third heroine. Which is the main reason I've assumed that she's not. Wow.
いらぬ。こんなに苦しいのなら愛などいらぬ。
Based Taiga Sensei.
つうか貴様弟子失格。ヒロインになんてなったら眩しくて直視できぬ。出ていけ。出ていくがいい。
Damn. Our salty goddess over there.
こっちこそ願い下げよう。
Wow.
バカタイガー、そっちから謝っても許さないからね。
Wow.
行っちゃった。
Wait, she actually left.
まあこれも運命。
This is fate.
可愛い弟子がヒロインに返り咲けるというのなら、あえて憎まれ役となるのも死の役目。
I don't even know what to say to that.
よし、戦えイリアちゃん。桜
Oh!
として
Oh!
膝を奪うがいい。
Well, that pretty much tells me. I mean, that pretty much confirms it.
もうこんな
I still think
戻って
these
く
are
るん
worth
じゃないの
watching, though.
だって私の出番が減っちゃうからね。
Admittedly, I was pretty confident in that.
けど、2部最後のまともな道場が一人っきりっていうのも寂しい
Yeah, if you say so,
な。
girl.
寂しいけど頑張る。一人でも戦え君。そして私。さて、今回のデッドエンドはちょっと特殊です。
Yeah, because it went so far. It explains why the beginning of this episode, though, they just went straight to it. But the fact that the day did end and we got a save point and everything, but that explains why they skipped a
遠
bit.
坂さんと四郎だけで戦いを挑むのは無策無謀。
Yeah, of
勝てるわけがありま
course.
せん。
Yeah, we understood that all
組
along.
むところはあるでしょうが、やってきた協力者と素直にシェイクハンドしちゃいなさい。で、そもそも協力者がやってこなかった君。主人公失格。
Wow.
目の前で死にかけてる女の子を
Yeah.
助けないでどうする？
Yeah. No, I mean, I understand. And I even said when I did it that I was like, this is the other option. Him running out to try and save Ilya is the Shiro option. But I sometimes struggle with that. Like, it's actually very hard sometimes, because sometimes you do go with the Shiro option, and sometimes Shiro needs to show a little patience. But then sometimes it is just the Shiro option.
お城での出来事とその顛末はずっと鳴りを潜めていたある原因を吐露させる
A
大事な
certain
エピソードなん
cause
だから
that has been hidden
必ず
until
通過
now,
しない
huh?
とダメ。
Sure.
大阪さんルートはある意味主人公ルートでもあるからね。きっかり問題を解決しちゃいなさい。
I don't even know what that means, but sure.
さて、これで今回はおしまいね。
That almost made it sound like this is the canon route,
大
but not
阪さん
quite.
ルートもいよいよクライマックス。
Terrifying.
ここからはデッドエンドのない怒涛の展開が待ってるけど、ここでちょっと朗報オーバー。
Well, honestly, that is good news.
遠坂さんルートではトゥルーエンドとグッドエンドが用意されています。
Interesting.
どんなものかは言えないけど、分岐条件はどのくらい一途だったか。オンリーワンか両手に花か。それは戦いが終わってからのお楽しみ。
Huh.
それじゃあ
Interesting.
みんな、タイガー道場第3部で待ってる。
I'm sure we'll see you in Heavensfield. Don't worry. Good God. That was, that's crazy. I can't believe we're back at the fucking castle. That was such a long sequence. All right, let's stop the man. That's crazy, by the way. I'm actually gonna make a new save here. Represent that we're back here. How's the sequence gonna go? My frozen body bursts out. My feet lift me up and my arms grab at the railing at the same time. I see Tosaka's face as I do so. She is biting her lip in frustration, glaring at the tragedy happening below us. I know. It's obvious Tosaka wants to stop him as well. But we'll be the ones killed if we do so. There's no way we can stop him. That goes the same for me. I know that it's stupid of me to die trying to save the dying girl. I don't care about that. I can't leave that girl be. That's what overtakes my mind. I jump over the railing. Tosaka and Shinji both look in surprise at the intruder. That man doesn't even see me jumping down. The man reaches out to the girl in white. I yell at the top of my lungs. I stop him with all my might.
Oh?
Oh! The man stops his arm that he tried to extend, and slowly he turns towards me by the wall, like a grim reaper who has found his new prey. And we're going interlude now? Okay. Okay. Okay, you have my attention. Going back over a month, so who the hell is interluding? He was summoned to this world before anyone else. Gilgamesh? No, it wouldn't be. He was not summoned to this country. Oh, Berserker, of course. Berserker, da-da-da. I was like thinking for a second, I was like, wait, but no, it couldn't be Gilgamesh because he's been chilling. He's been waiting for this. A faraway foreign country. The ground is constantly covered in white, the sky is always gray, and the castle is built hidden in the mountains. It is always winter in that land. Coldness and stagnation, barrenness and longing. They are like living corpses cutting off their connection with the present world and waiting for a reproduction of a miracle. The winter coldness takes away their human warmth, and the stagnant world won't allow them a new lifestyle. His family were seekers of the Holy Grail. Spring won't come for the Einsburn family until the day their dearest wish is fulfilled. It has already been 10 centuries since they started the search for the Holy Grail. That's crazy. After using every possible method to get close to the Holy Grail, they were eventually able to cast the Holy Grail out of iron. However, all they could make was the vessel. No mystic dwelled within it, and they kept casting vessels that would never be filled. But a foreseeable end comes to those days. They performed a ritual to fill the vessel with the help of outsiders. The result was both a success and a failure. The Holy Grail was made. Through this, the Holy Grail would be filled. But it made many enemies at the same time. Even as the supposed owners of the Holy Grail, they were reduced to mere providers of a service, no better than any other mage. Their tenacity is abnormal. No, ever since they almost obtained the Holy Grail 1,000 years ago, they had lost their minds. They broke the rules and constantly pulled the strongest card. The first time, they did not have the leeway to do so. The second time, they finally found a loophole in the rules. The third time, they summoned what they shouldn't have. Then the fourth time, they were sure of their victory after gaining the strongest card and its manipulator. The results were a crushing defeat like never before. Of all the servants and masters, they chose ones who betrayed them. The man destroyed the Holy Grail, leaving his daughter behind in the Winter Castle. Interesting. Lore, potentially Fate Zero talk here. They were furious at the man's betrayal and lamented their mistake. They could not trust outsiders after all. Only one of their bloodline, their family's creation, who had inherited magic circuits perfected over generations, could obtain the Holy Grail. They had a backup plan to start with. Then the fifth time, they made certain they prepared the strongest master and servant. That was him, 2 months before the Holy Grail started. Every rule was broken for him, Berserker, to be summoned beforehand. The days that followed were only to hurt the human that would become master. The command spell engraved all over the girl's body was only to control Berserker. It did no good as a magic circuit and drained her life away. Even just a slight move by Berserker would make the girl scream. It's no wonder it was 2 months until the Holy Grail would appear. The only thing keeping this great hero in this world was her magical energy and command spell. Berserker was not created from the magical energy of the Holy Grail. No matter how special she is, keeping Berserker using only her own magical energy is like taking her own life away. That's crazy. Knowing that, they still did not allow for her to rest. They abandoned them in the winter forest filled with a pack of hungry beasts. They gave them over to the corpses possessed by evil spirits. They were even thrown into the wasteland where they disposed of their failed experiments. The only way for the girl to survive was to rely on the giant, the only thing that she had been given. It was beyond training. It was a fight for survival. Yet the girl survived. She had the giant attack the oncoming enemies. Every time she would let out screams of anguish, but had him ceaselessly eliminate everything that attacked. He himself does not know when that process became a special one to him. Despite the girl's young appearance, she hated whining. Everything that came out of her mouth was an insult. She must have instinctively known that if she was going to lament, she would become stronger if she hated the cause. That's a crazy line! The girl despised Berserker for being ugly and cursed his existence. This is gonna really get into, like, the bond between Ilya and Berserker being arguably the strongest of any of the servants, and that's despite, you know, what we've seen from, like, Saber and Shiro, for example. It was natural. The girl would not have to suffer if he had not existed. She would not have been thrown into such a hell if she had not been chosen as master. The girl detested the giant for everything and used him as an outlet for her anger. The girl got used to controlling Berserker, and by the time the Holy Grail showed signs of its appearance, the pain that attacked her disappeared. The girl took away reasoning from the giant as if in revenge, treating him as a mute, mad warrior. But he already knew that was the girl's utmost resistance. By doing so, the girl hid her own weakness. That she could live by herself. She held her head high, since she didn't need any allies that she could trust or friends that she loved. That was her way of disguising that she had nothing to call her own. This is a new theme. I'm like 99% sure we've never heard this one. Yo! That's a crazy shot! In the winter forest, the girl hesitantly touched his arm, stained red from the enemy's blood. Surrounded by a pack of beasts, the girl braced for death even as she desperately denied it. At that time, he was not able to move without an order from his master, so he was the first to become the beast's prey. The pack of beasts pierced his arteries, tendons, and eyeballs with their fangs. The girl screamed seeing that. He couldn't remember what she said then, since he had his reasoning taken away. But the girl screamed not for her sake, but for his. Even though he destroyed her arm every time he swung his own, she endured it so that he did not die. That's why both of them were covered in blood. The giant was covered in the slaughtered beast's blood, and the girl was covered in her own blood. Jesus Christ. That's metal as fuck. He remembers that winter forest, the weight of the girl that leaned on him, crying tears of pain. And he realized, in that small, cold castle, the black giant was the only one that the girl talked to. That's crazy. She comes into view. It was the same as that time. The girl is running to him crying, which he had not seen since she had become a master. And the man slashes her. With a horizontal flash, the blonde enemy takes away the girl's vision. Her face is covered in red. The blind girl runs in spite of that, tripping over rubble. The slender body falls. There, the enemy's sword is swung. The sword misses her heart. Her lung must have been pierced as the girl is coughing up blood still on the ground. It is not an instant death, but it is fatal. The girl is left with nothing as her vision is taken away. Her lungs are broken. She even lost her servant. If she could die peacefully, it might at least be a salvation if she could just go to sleep right there. However,
あれ痛い痛いよまさか
the girl is moving forward, leaving a trail of blood behind. She crawls towards the black giant, fumbling and crying in anguish. How much power was left in him? He breaks the chains with all his might and grabs at the man. The magical spear is thrust. The spear pierces the giant's heart. And it ends. The man pulls out the spear as if nothing happened, and the remaining power in the giant completely disappears. His body disappears. The power that was given him form had completely disappeared. Then, all there is left is for him to disappear. The servant lost all his magical energy and has no power to stay in this world any longer. He falls to the ground, but in his final moment, he sees the girl fumbling around for him in his peripheral. Strength returns to his collapsing legs. The law of magecraft that built him, the regulation of the world that hates inconsistencies, and the body of rock that crumbles away as sand.
バーサーカーは強いね
And there's that line again. He pushes away every power that tries to eliminate him just with his will. I can't disappear yet. He is probably the only one who she could rely on. In order to support the lonely girl who insulted him, but still believed in him as her only reliance.
どこわかんない真っ暗で何もわかんないよバーサーカー
That's crazy. With her vision taken away, the girl is crawling with her arms stretched out. She must want to feel him, as she cannot see him now. Her hands, covered in blood, grope at empty space, trying to verify his existence. Ooh. There is no power left in him. There is nothing he can do. Berserker will fall here, and die here. His body has died, and he has no strength to support his falling body.
だから私は安心だよどんなやつにだってバーサーカーさえいれば負けないもの
Damn. But not this time. His mind is dead. Supporting his body with a mind and a will that should no longer exist, he leaves this world. His body is not fallen, still invincible. As if to say that his body cannot give up until the end for the sake of the girl that relies on him. Jesus Christ. And the girl reaches him. The hand that was only grasping the air finally touches something. Coughing up blood, the girl clings onto the hard body. She cannot see anymore, but she can still feel him. Berserker hasn't lost. She cannot see for herself, but Berserker is strong as always.
よかったずっとそこにいてねバーサーカー
Strength fades from her body. Everything hurts and she's scared, but it's alright as long as he's here. He always protected her. He was scary, but he was really nice. His big body is like a father's, so she really wanted him to pick her up at least once.
暗くても怖くないよバーサーカーは強いんだもん
Good God, this is rough.
こうしていてくれれば 私は安心できるから。
She rests her body on him. She feels like a hard and big hand is placed on her head. It's probably true. He should be patting her head if she opens her eyes.
ちょっと寒いね。
Full circle, one might even say. Yep. Yep. As if it wasn't obvious, yeah. Her body is cold. Recalling the forest from that time, the girl laughs. It was a long time ago already. Recalling the giant that protected her even while getting injured, she happily falls and loses consciousness. Good God. That was an emotional interlude. Holy fuck. The man reaches out to the girl in white who peacefully fell asleep. Yep. Yep. I yell at the top of my lungs. I don't consider my own danger what could happen to me.
Oh?
The man stops his arm that he tried to extend. Behind him is Shinji, surprised at my intrusion. He smiles ominously. My shaky throat speaks before I can think. However, there is no way that man will stop. I couldn't even tell him to stop. So it still happens either way, huh? Interesting. So he rips out Ilya's heart in this scene either way. The man pulled something out of the girl's body with his bare hands, with the smile still on his face. A red, dripping object that looks like a fruit. Yeah, we've seen this dialogue, basically. The thing in the man's hand is without a doubt the girl in white's heart. That's interesting that happens regardless. My mind burns down. I lose my sanity as fear of being killed and hatred of wanting to kill him gets muddled.
観客がいたか。俺の勇姿を見たいという気持ちはわかるが。
The man, still holding the red thing in his right hand.
身の程をわきまえろ。王に命じるとは何事か。雑種
He fires one of his countless noble phantasms at me. What? I'm confused. Why would I even be able... What is happening? I'm actually gonna say no, because I don't... The terrace falls. The man's noble phantasm goes through the wall of the castle and destroys the hall's walls. What? I don't move a step in the midst of it all. I don't care about the rubble of falls. I know the... Okay. Okay.
何かと思えば、セイバーのマスターとはな。
Okay, so I actually do want to skip this scene. So what I'll do... So here's what I'll do. I'll reload here. Stop the man. Skip the scene. Skip the scene. Skip the scene. Okay, we're good. And we walk towards her. The center of the hall. With gray sunlight coming in from the ceiling, the girl is sleeping, covered in rubble. So she's still alive, despite the fact that she had her heart ripped out, huh? Her eyes don't open. Looking up close, the girl is not white at all. The girl covered in red all over looks nothing like before.
シロのせいじゃないわ。わかってるでしょ。私たちじゃこの子を助けることなんてできなかった。
I know. I've been taught that there are people that I can save and people I cannot save. I knew that I would be putting my own life in danger if I tried to do things that are beyond my capacity. But still, I still wanted to save her. I don't want a child to die. I don't want anyone dying in front of me. Asking for help, Not being able to save someone asking for help is more scary and painful than anything. There's no way I can apologize, and I don't know her well enough to apologize either. This girl has nothing to do with me. I understand that without having to be told, but why? Why are these eyes crying irrelevant tears?
どうして？
Oh, bro, you don't even know. You didn't see the fucking interlude that I got. I mean, I'm not crying, but God, I'm definitely feeling it.
父さんが。
どうしてよ。
She feels the same way.
あいつの前に出れば殺されるって分かっていたでしょ。なのにどうしてイリアスフィールを助けようとしたの？結果はどうあれ、イリアスフィールは敵だった。
Yeah.
なのにどうしてこの子の死にそこまでしてやれるのよ。
It's just who he is. Did she seriously just ask me that? Tosaka's eyes were serious.
どうしても何もない。助けたいと思ったから止めただけ
Yep,
だ。
it really is just who he is. It's in his nature, and that's part of why Rin loves him, but it's also part of why Rin hates him. There's no other way to explain it. After Tosaka glares at me,
そう。前から異常だと思ってたけど、今ので確信したわ。シロ、あなたの生き方はひどくいびつよ。
Yeah, I would agree. She tries to open the lid that I've kept closed this whole time.
いびつだって。
The fuck is this OST? What is this score?
そうよ。自分より他人のが大切なんて生き方は間違ってる。
Yep. It's important to value others, but can you truly value others if you don't value yourself?
いい？他人を助けるのは自分が愛されたいからだなんて一般論を口にしてるんじゃないわ。
That's such a Rin line to like justify her comment with something that has not even been like she's countering a counterpoint without that counterpoint being made.
そんな偽善とは別のところで人間は自分を一番にしなくちゃいけないの。
Sure.
そりゃ他人が一番のやつだっている。
Sure.
けどそもそも自分っていうのは計りにかけられない別格なのよ。言うなれば計りそのものでしょ。
Yep.
なのにあんたはその計りを壊してどうでもいい他人を助けようとする。
And that's not inherently a bad thing, but I do kind of agree with what Rin's trying to say.
ええ、それでも構わない。あんたが自分のないただ生きてるだけの人間ならそれもいい。けどシロは自分があるじゃない。
Yeah.
そんな確固たる自意識があるくせに自分をないがしろにするなんてできないのよ。そんなことを続けてたらいつか必ず壊れるから。
Sure. No way. I can't break down. In fact, I do this in order not to. I try to save people that I could not save so that I can hold my head high.
いいえ、もう十分に壊れてるわ。
There it is. There it fucking is.
だから言ってよ。10年前に何があったかは知らない。けど、あんたがおかしくなってるのはそれが原因なんでしょうから。
God, is this really gonna happen again? Am I gonna be emotional for the rest of Unlimited Blade Works? Because I'm starting to get the feeling I might be emotional for the rest of Unlimited Blade Works. The way this is going. Tosaka seems like she's got tears in her eyes. I'm not quite there, but I'm not that far behind you, Tosaka. Why is she making such a face? Because it's tragic, and you don't even realize it. You don't even realize that you are the main character in a tragedy of your own making. And yes, it's one of circumstance, but it's also one of fate. It's almost as if she knows that I'm going to spend my life trying to help others without getting anything in return. So she's trying to earnestly stop me.
学校の時もそうだった。あなたはあれだけの死体を見てとんでもなく冷静だった。私でさえ死体と勘違いしたっていうのに、一別しただけでみんなが生きてるって読み取っていた。
Because he knows exactly what a realm of death looks like. That's what he survived in that fire 10 years ago.
それがずっと変だって引っかかってた。
Yep.
魔術師としてろくな教育を受けていないくせに、殺し屋になってもすぐに自分を落ち着かせていた。死体を前にして憤ることはあっても、 死体そのものに嫌悪を抱いてはいなかった。
Oh, that's such a good line. It's also such a good observation. Even if you got enraged by seeing corpses, you never had any aversion towards corpses themselves. Like, as much as the idea of people dying was messed up with you, the death itself was something that you had accepted.
それはきっとあなたにとって
Mhm.
人の死は見慣れたものだったからよ。そ
That's
れだけのものを
crazy.
10年前に見たっていうことでしょ。
Used to sing? Yeah. It's not like that was my first time seeing them. I think about the students who were on the floor at school, Ryder, who was unrecognizable by the time she died, and the girl sleeping in front of us now. To me, the people who died in that incident from 10 years ago are the only ones that went through inhuman deaths. But that's wrong. The fire 10 years ago saved me. That cannot be the cause for why Tosaka is criticizing me right now.
違う、遠坂。そんなことはない。俺はただ、助けられただけだ。
助けられた？あなた10年前の火事の時に助けられたのね。それがエミヤキリツグだったの。
Technically speaking, yes.
ああ、そうだ。ただそれだけだ。あれは原因なんかじゃない。
Now we're going even deeper into the root of what makes Emi Yashiro Emi Yashiro. My heart aches when I answer. My body is telling me that's a lie.
じゃあ他には何かなかった？ずっと後悔しているようなこととか、助けられる代償にエミヤキリツグに取られたものとかなかったの？
そんなのあるもんか。キリツグは俺を助けてくれただけだ。それに取られるも何もその時は。
This scene, man, God, Jesus Christ. I don't even know what to say, guys. Like, this game is so good. Dude, and then they're just hitting me with this piano bullshit, and you guys know how I feel about piano. Like, I'd say a third of my favorite scores and OSTs are heavy piano bass, so I shouldn't have had anything then. I saw many corpses. I died at that time and was reborn. I don't have repentances about the path I took. My eyes lost their hatred. My hands lost their anger. My feet lost their hope. And I lost myself there. So why? How did I gain the strong sense of self-awareness that Tosaka speaks of? That's what he's saying, is like, I'm supposed to just be a person
それは
existing, and yet somehow I became a person living his life. I had accepted death. I knew that I was going to die. Even though my body was saved from such a situation, there's no way my mind could have been saved as well. At that time, I just admired something precious, still empty inside. There it is.
ああ、そうだった。
I remember now. No, I didn't even put it in my memory. That's why I didn't even realize until now that that's what really saved me.
シロ、やっぱり何か契約でもさせられたの？
違う。取られたものなんて何もない。俺はただもらっただけだ。
Mm-hmm. A world like hell. In a place where every person except for me died. I was saved. Nobody saved me, and I wasn't able to save anyone. In my final moment, he granted something that I thought was a miracle!
覚えてる。俺を覗き込む目とか、助かってくれと懇願する声を、その淵で思ったんだ。自分が助かったことじゃなくて、助けてくれる奴がいることは、なんて。
Yep. Such a wonderful miracle. That's why I admired it. I had nothing left, not a single thing. That's why I ended up admiring the figure that appeared right before my eyes.
だから、 俺は
Yeah, only had that. That's the only emotion I had while being saved. I was happy. I cried. That's all I could think about. So that's the only emotion I could create.
ああきっと遠坂は正しい
Yep. It's twisted to prioritize others over myself. There is something seriously wrong with the procedure. I love that. That's a very... I mean, it's a very Fate line, but I feel like that's a very Nazu line in general. I love how I say these things without having actually experienced anything else of his. We'll get there one day, but... Sometimes you just know after a while.
けど救われたのは俺だけだったその時に思ったんだ
Yeah.
この次があるのなら助けられなかった人の代わりに全ての人を助けなくちゃいけないんだって
Yeah, that's become like the primary building block of your entire existence.
それがおかしいって言ってるのよ。
Yep. He knows it.
いい？助かったんならまず自分を大事にしろっていうの。死んじゃった人たちには悪いけど、あんただけが助かったっていうのはただの偶然よ。
Yep.
ならその幸運をかみしめなさい。それだけひどい目にあったんだから、あとは楽しくやんなきゃ嘘でしょ。
If anything, you have a see, he thinks of it as a priority that he has to save others to make that life that was saved worth it. But in reality, you need to make the most of that life. That life almost has more value because of your circumstances, which puts all the more priority on you to enjoy that life. Tosaka is seriously angry. Yeah, that makes me really happy. I finally realized now that Tosaka is that kind of person. The question I've been wondering about all by myself. I wanted to become a hero of justice, so I always tried to help others. Oh yeah, we're getting there now. I noticed there was something wrong with that method, but I couldn't understand what. That became clear so easily. Thanks to the person who gets seriously angry for my sake. Yeah, this is the moment.
何よ、これだけ言ってもまだわからないわけ？
This is the moment he truly falls in love with Rin. It's not... Yeah, he's always admired her, he's always found her beautiful, all that bullshit. But this is the moment he truly falls in love with her.
頭くるわね。そんなに分からずやだって言うなら、あんたとのコンビも。
いや分かってる言っただろ遠坂は正しいって
Yep.
なら
けどやっぱり忠告は聞けない
Yeah.
確かに俺は何か間違えているだって
Oops.
誰かのためになりたいっていう思いが間違いのはずがないんだからな
But, like, it's hard to argue with that, too. So, I answer her with as much gratitude as I can.
まったく。そんな顔されたら何も言えないじゃない。
Yep. The same face that he probably gave to Kiritsugu all that 10 years ago. Sasaka must have felt awkward as she turns her back to me and walks away. And then...
まあ仕方ないか。こうなったらもう私が何とかしてあげるわよ。
She takes a deep sigh and complains. Holy shit. Holy Jesus fucking Christ. The sun sets. We return to the hall by the time the gray sky is tinted a crimson color. The girl's corpse is not on the mountain of rubble. Tosaka and I just buried her in the courtyard. Perhaps because that's what always happens to servants, the Black Giant's remains had weathered into sand. But even if it was just sand, we still buried it in the same coffin as the girl. That's actually so beautiful.
さて、これからどうするかだけど、考えはある？
No, we're still fucked. Like, what's funny about the other path being a dead end is that, and like, obviously what changed was that Rin and Emiya had this conversation that obviously was very important, and maybe, but I don't know what idea that's gonna give us.
考え中だ 事態がまた悪い方に転んだからな。少し整理しないとやってられない。
I swear to God, if the play is we're gonna team up with fucking Kirei, because again, I still do think Kirei's alive, and like, again, if we go to the whole situation with the servants, with, I can run down the list. With Caster, presumably with Kirei, with Caster, dead, Caster herself, with Caster, dead, and with Shinji. Like, we're not gonna get help from the Golden Archer, so it's gotta be Lancer. It's the only thing that makes sense. Assuming that Kirei is still alive, which I also think is gonna be the case.
そうね。最大の敵だったイリアスフィールとバーサーカーはいなくなったけど、
Yeah.
代わりにわけわかんないやつが出てきたし。
Who's apparently, like, even worse. I mean, not even apparently, he just is.
サーバントは7人しか呼ばれないはずなのに、あいつで8人目でしょ。どう見ても既存のサーバントじゃなかったけど、シンジのやつ、どこであんなのと契約したんだか。
Luck, basically. The eighth servant, huh? I don't think that man who Shinji brought along can be treated as a servant. Yeah, he's got something beyond that. A heroic spirit that absolutely dominates other heroic spirits. He has a seemingly endless supply of noble phantasms and is a demon without any human emotion.
ギルガメッシュ。それって古代メソポタミア神話に出てくる英雄だよな。
Mm-hmm.
ええ、半神半人の英雄。ウルクの王、不老不死の探求者。この世のすべてを治めたとされる暴君だけど、まさかあんなイカれたやつだったとは思わなかったわ。
Well, apparently he was, in fact, that crazy.
バーサーカーをこともなげに倒したことといい、あいつ本気になったセーバーより強いかもしれないわね。
He definitely is. That doesn't mean he can't be defeated by Saber, especially if Saber has backup, but he definitely is. Tosaka's voice doesn't sound sharp. He doesn't seem like it's because the new enemy that appeared is tough.
どうしたんだよ、トサカ。奥歯に物が挟まったような言い方だけど。
ちょっとね。あいつ確かに強かった。あれだけの数の宝具を持ってるんだから、その力は一級品でしょ。
Yeah.
けど実質はどうなのかなって。私あいつとバーサーカーにそう実力差はないと感じてたんだけど。
Well, he has the noble phantasms, right? But in terms of, like, his actual, like, strength, I would imagine he's not... if anything, I would almost imagine that he might actually have been a little weaker than Berserker. You know what I mean? She ponders. Wait, does Sasaka not realize how strong he is?
いや、あいつ自身はセイバーやバーサーカーと同じか、きっ
Yeah.
とそれ以下だ。
That sounds right.
そもそも英霊の強さは召喚された土地での知名度によるんだろ。ならギルガメッシュなんて英雄、こっちじゃ知ってるやつはそうはいないぞ。
それはそうだけど、知名度による実力の変動だってそう大きいものじゃないわ。
Okay, so it's just a little buff.
私にはどうもあの金ピカは反則めいて見えたんだけど。
That Goldie is breaking the rules. I love that she's calling him Goldie. Tosaka is calling him by a strange nickname. Well, that aside...
いや、だから反則だって。あいつの持ってた宝具はみんな本物だ。いや、そうじゃなくて、きっと本物の元になった武器なんだ。
Yep.
ギルガメッシュは一番古い神話の英雄で、あらゆる贅沢を尽くした王様だったんだろ。なら、各地の神話の元になった原点を所有していてもおかしくない。
Yep.
じゃあ何？あいつが出してた宝具は宝具じゃなくて、ただの武器ってこと？
だろうな。あいつの宝具自身はきっと蔵なんだ。
Mm-hmm. In fact, we actually already have that in our... Yeah, Treasury of the King, Gate of Babylon.
「生前にあいつが集めた財宝を収納した蔵こそがあいつの宝具なんだと思う。
そっか。ならバーサーカーが叶わないのも当然よね。英霊たちにはそれぞれ弱点がある。 全ての宝具の原型を持つんなら、相手の弱点となるものを持ち出せばいいだけの話だもの。
More or less. That's right. If there is a chance of victory, it would be that he has not fully mastered each weapon yet. If he is not a bearer that can master his own weapon to its fullest potential like Saber or Lancer, then I feel like there's still a way to win. Well, that aside...
まあ、トサカ、本当に関係ないんだけど、
because he's
なんで金
blonde.
ピカなんだよ、あいつ。
The ironic thing is she hasn't actually seen him... She actually hasn't even seen him in his armor, which really makes him Goldie. The reason I call him the Golden Archer is because of the armor combo. Like, I also love that we haven't actually verified his true name, even though they both know it's Gilgamesh. Or his master. Like, we could really update that anytime, guys.
ああ、いや、それはその、髪が金色だったからとか。
I don't know why she's so embarrassed about that, but it's nice to have some levity after all that heavily emotional shit.
何言ってんだ。それならセイバーも金ピカなんて呼んでたはずだ。金ピカ。すごいぞ。実に意味ありげじゃんか。なんか
Interesting.
他に気づいたことがあったからそう口にしたと見た。ここまで来て隠すなよ。トサカ、なんか気づいたんだろ。
Yeah, I'm actually pretty curious too.
ちょっと違うってば。私のは白みたいに真面目な話じゃないから、あんまり追求しないで。
Oh, I want to know now.
嘘つけ。根拠もなしで金ピカなんて呼ぶもんか。ほら、白状しろよ、トサカ。今は一つで。
Oops. Oh, she's so embarrassed about it. I stare at Tosaka. After a few seconds, Tosaka must have given up as she lets out a big sigh.
だからそれは、あいつ高価そうなのいっぱい持ってたでしょ。それでものすごくお金持ちなんだろうなって。
I mean, you're not wrong.
だから金ピカ。あの金ピカすっごい贅沢してそうじゃない。
Wow. Oh, now we get it. Nice. Now we actually get the data that we needed. Oh, we still don't have Master, though. The Epic of Gilgamesh. So yeah, if you guys want to read this, like I said, you can pause. I'm sure you guys have played, but like I said, a little different. Golden Rule A, not in reference to the golden ratio, but rather the fate of obtaining wealth in one's lifetime. A billionaire best described as a Goldie. He will never know financial difficulty nor want for anything. Interesting. That's an innate skill. So I guess that's the other thing that they updated there. Tosaka scratches her cheek as she looks off into the distance, laughing uncomfortably. How scary. The fact that that's actually there is interesting, because that might actually have to do with how we beat him. Seems like anyone rich is considered a Goldie to Tosaka. What's more scary is that Tosaka was able to tell that servant's true nature just because he seemed rich.
ともあれ、厄介なやつが出てきたものね。8人目のサーバントって時点で破綻してるのに、そいつ自身がジョーカーなんだもの。
That's a good way to put it. He's the Joker in the deck.
問い詰めようにも監督役の綺麗は行方知れずだし。
Yeah, and she's like, he's missing. She doesn't go to the, he's dead, even though Caster seems to think so.
まあ、今はキャスターの方が大事だから後回しにするしかないんだけど。
That's right. Caster is storing more power as we speak. Saber, who is resisting Caster's control, won't be able to defy any longer. No. In the worst case, there's a possibility even Saber is on the enemy's side now.
そうだな。
Yeah, she still wasn't as of tomorrow morning in the dead end that we did at the beginning of the episode. Or
イリアス・フィルの
finished.
協力は得られなかったけど、だからといって放っておくわけにはいかない。こうなったら、2人だけでキャスターを倒せる手段を考えよう。
I'm so curious what's going to change because, like I said, Obviously, we made the choice. This is the route where we decide to be, you know, in character with Shiro and everything. But it's so interesting because the situation hasn't really changed at all.
そうね。何のアイディアもないけど、やるしかないか。
Yep. Tosaka sighs and sits down on the rubble.
まさかお城で作戦会議することになるなんてな。
Yeah, I guess the difference is we're actually gonna see it. I follow Tosaka's lead and sit down. Well, we'll be able to stay warm here at night. We might even be able to find the magic items Iliasfeel had. In the moment that we let our guard down.
やめとけやめとけ。お前たち二人だけで裏をかく？そんなの通用するわけねえだろ。間抜け。
Is that Gilgamesh's voice? Whose voice was that? That wasn't Shinji. It wasn't bitchy enough to be Shinji. A fed-up voice echoes from the front entrance. We jump to our feet right away and face the front. Oh, it was Lancer!
お二人さん、お互いしぶとく生き残っているようで
I was trying
何より
to
だ。
place the voice. I was like, it's not Shinji. I was like, maybe it's Gilgamesh? But no, of course, Lancer. I was like, who the hell could that be? I was not expecting that, but I did say, like, our only hope is Lancer. I did literally say that.
ランサー。
I quickly concentrate and connect my magic circuit. The man that appeared is definitely Lancer. He speared my heart that night 10 days ago. That's crazy, 10 days ago. I can't let that happen again. I need to at least let Tosaka escape before he swings that spear.
シロ離れて。あいつは私が引きつけるから、その間にあんたは2階に。
They both have the same idea to help the other get away.
走れ。あいつは俺が食い止める。遠坂は一旦外に。
Wow.
ちょっと待った。あんた、自分を大切にしろってさっきの話、全然
Wow.
聞いてなかったみたいね。
She lowers her left hand that she had pointed at Lancer and points it at me. But even if she threatens me like that, I also have complaints.
バカ言うな。忠告は聞かないってちゃんと断っただろう。殴り合いはこっちの役目だ。あいつとは2度目だし、ここは遠坂より俺の方が向いている。
That last sentence is not an awful point, actually.
そんなわけないじゃない。相手は歩兵よ。飛び道具がない相手に飛び道具である私が逃げてどうすんのよ。
だからこそだろう。懐に入られたらおしまいってわからないか。いいから、遠坂は遠くから援護してくれればい
I
いんだ。
love how Lancer's just watching this, like, should I get some popcorn?
バカ、援護なんてできるか。あいにくそんな器用な魔術なんて知らないわよ。やるならあんたごと吹っ飛ばすに決まってんじゃない。
Wow.
自分の壊し屋っぷりを開き直るな。
This is pretty funny.
大体どうしてそう何でもかんでも派手めで行こうってんだお前は。たまにはもっとつつましいことやってみろ。キャスターが遠坂いらないもんって言ったのあんまり無視できないぞ本当。
I was about to say, you're about to piss her the fuck off. And we argue for a few minutes trying to push each other away. Just about when we start to wonder how this started and start to get tired. We notice Lancer observing us with a smile at the entrance of the castle.
あ、もう終わりか。別に急がねえから最後まで済ましちまいな。相手への不満はとことん吐き出しといた方がいいぞ。
He's like, bro, I'm gonna see if I can find a popcorn machine or a friggin' or something in this castle. I cough in regret and glare at Lancer. I take a half step forward and Tosaka's slightly behind me. Jeez, there wouldn't have been a problem had we been like this from the start.
ああ、待て待て。せっかく同意を得たところ悪いが、こっちに戦う気はない。見るに見かねてな。少しばかり手助けしてやろうと出しゃばりに来たわけだ。
So you are indeed gonna be the lifeline, huh, Lancer? He's like, hold on. What did he just say?
聞き違いかしら。今手助けをするって聞こえたけど。
No, that's definitely what he said.
なんだ、わかりづらいか？なら言い直すか。お前たち二人だけではキャスターたちには太刀打ちできん。できんだろうから俺が手を貸してやると言ったんだ。
Fair enough. My eyes widen, but Tosaka quickly grasps the situation.
そう。本当に出しゃばりね、ランサー。 聞くけど、それはあなたのアイデア？
いや、俺のマスターからの指示だ。キャスターたちがああなっちまった以上、一人きりの身としては協力者が欲しいんだと。
That seems fair enough.
連中を潰すまでの共同戦線ってやつだな。
まっとうな理由ね。けど、それなら私たちよりもっと頼りがいのあるやつがいるでしょ。
Is she talking about Shinji and Gilgamesh? Tosaka seems to be trying to find out whether Lancer knows about Shinji.
いや、ありゃダメだ。とてもじゃないが性に合わん。戦力的には申し分ないが、いちいち背中の心配をするのも面倒だろ。
Yeah, that's fair.
正しい選択ね、ランサー。けど、それもあなたのマスターの指示ってわけ？
それも違うな。あんたらを選んだのは俺の趣味だ。一度面識がある分話が早いだろう。
Alright. He says casually. It seems like fighting Archer and stabbing me in the heart are the same as becoming acquaintances in his mind.
待て、ランサー。俺はお前に2度も殺されかかった。だっていうのに、お前の言葉を信用すると思っているのか。
I think it's more like, what other choice do you have?
思っているさ。お前の参謀はさっぱりとしたいい女だからな。そんな女が手を貸すってんだから、お前だって物好きなお人よしなんだろ。
That's funny, your commander-in-chief is a good frank woman. I frown unintentionally. I'm troubled that Tosaka, who's supposed to be my ally, is nodding at Lancer's words.
そういうわけだ。だから協力できるって思ったのさ。
Interesting.
ああ、言っておくが、お前たちがじゃない。お前たちなら協力してやっていいとこの俺が思ったんだ。
Fair enough. I honestly can't tell the difference in the way he reworded it.
大した自信ね。協力しようって持ちかけておいて、選ぶのはそっちってこと？
ああ、初見からあんたのことは気に入ってたんだぜ。
As do quite a few of the servants.
美人で強情で肝が据わっていると来ている。女をマスターにするんならな、あんたみたいなのがいい。
Interesting comment. A little bit of potential, sexism layered in there just a bit, but he's like, but you're pretty based. Lancer looks at Tosaka with cool eyes. I don't like him for some reason. Yeah, I can think of quite a few reasons, actually.
いいわ。私は賛成。けどまだ決定じゃない。エミヤ君が信用できないって言うんなら、この話はなかったことにするけど。
だそうだ。どうする小僧。お前、器を試されてるぞ。
Lancer looks at me, trying to suppress his laughter. My answer is... Oh, wow. Wow, we have a triple option here, huh? Very interesting. I don't mind, but under one condition. We have to accept his offer. Even if he is an enemy, his argument is correct. Tosaka and I alone can't beat Castor, but there should be some hope if we have Lancer's help. However...
わかった。お前の言い分は信じる。けど条件付きだ。キャスターを倒すために手を貸してもらうし、俺たちもお前を信用する。その代わり。
その代わり、なんだ？俺のマスターを教えろってか？
違う。仲間だからって気安く遠坂には近寄るな。
Interesting. The air freezes. Lancer becomes speechless as if he was completely caught off guard.
なるほどなるほど。俺のマスターなんぞよりそっちの方が何倍も重要だよな、坊主。
Oh, that was worth it. He starts laughing as if it's the funniest thing he's heard.
なんだよ、悪いか。言っとくけど。
What are we talking about? I don't like the way that's worded. Yeah, and she gets even redder.
まさか悪くなんかね。むしろ
It's even better because we won him over with that.
いや、いいね、お嬢ちゃん。あんたにぞっこんじゃないか。
Well, I am, so.
何言ってんの？私とシロはそんなんじゃないわよ。 そう、私たちはただの協力関係なんだから。
Oh, we got Rin going full tsundere mode. Oh, that was so worth it. That was the right decision. 1,000,000%.
そうか？
なんかムカつくわね、あんた。何よその見透かしたような顔は。
I never know how badly I needed Lancer to line with us.
ほら、シロもなんか言いなさいよ。私たちはただの協力関係だって。
Oh, oh no, not the ellipses! Oh, the double ellipses!
なんか言いなさいよ、バカ。
Baka! Oh, she's so cute. And his face in this context is hilarious because it's a very like,
これじゃ本当にその私たちが付き合ってるって。
yeah, funny that.
だから本当も何もとっくに出来上がってんだよ、お前たち。旗から見てる俺でさえわかるのに、本人たちがごまかしてるだな。ああ、こりゃこの先も大変だぞ、少年。
Man, she'll be quite a handful, boy. Lancer makes a sympathetic gesture. Is that what we call that? Okay.
まあ、遠坂が大変なのはもう分かってるから。
Yeah, he's well aware. I reply with a sour look to let him know that there's no problem. Didn't deny anything though.
おう、そりゃ頼もしい。じゃあ俺もそれなりに気を使ってジョーちゃんと付き合おう。
This was so worth it, holy shit.
だがまあ、からかうと面白いジョーちゃんなんだな。道中楽しませてはもらうぜ。それぐらいの見返りは構わねえだろ。
I mean, Archer
分かった。
sounds
キャスターを倒すまで
like
あん
fun.
たの力を借りる。
決まりだな。じゃあまあ、とりあえず握手と。
Lancer comes up to me unarmed and shakes my right hand that I awkwardly put out. There are worrying factors, but we were able to obtain a reliable ally. All that's left is... Yeah, that.
このカッタが来た。
Yeah, she is in quite a mood now.
いいわよ。あんたたちなんてこっちから願い下げよう。こうなったら私一人でキャスターをとちめるんだから。
It's even funnier with Lancer's face. How can I calm the roused Tosaka down? That's one letter away from being the original version of this game. Oh, that was incredible. Something Lancer related? Maybe? What did we... What did we... Was it more on... maybe it was more on Archer? Definitely wouldn't be the profile. I don't even know... I don't know what the hell we just got. I haven't really looked at these much. So I do want to say, it is interesting. So I haven't actually discussed this yet, but now that the Golden Archer's around, you know, it is kind of interesting. We talk about Unlimited Blade Works, and we talk about this Archer's identity. It's funny how his power is very similar to Gilgamesh. like Gilgamesh is the archer. They're both classified as archers. Ironically, because they can basically launch swords at you. They both seem to have this like unlimited blade works, for lack of a better way of putting it. And like obviously like Archer is like theoretically weaker in every way, but it almost seems like his noble phantasm is the freaking the key-shaped sword, the freaking apparently keyblade up in here. Like, it's very weird how like not only are they both archer classification, but they're also both like have very similar powers. It's very interesting. I don't really know what to make with about that, but yeah, that's like an interesting thing. A little bit of a mirroring there. Don't know what to make of that, but it's interesting. We walk in the forest at night. Although we don't know what his intentions are, having Lancer's cooperation now means that we don't have to stay at the castle. Lancer must have taken a liking to Tosaka as he keeps messing with her and getting hit by her. Yeah. We got an idea of that in the last scene.
ちょっとあんたね、ちゃんと自分のマスターがいるんでしょ？ならおとなしくしてなさいよ。キャスターを倒したら敵同士になるんだし、話なんかしてもしょうがないでしょ？作戦会議以外はみんな無駄口よ、無駄口。
That's her way to trying to stop being toyed with.
なんだ、敵になるからって話はなしか？見かけによらず余裕がないんだな。相手が敵であろうと、気が合うなら膝交えて語り明かすってのが情だろうに。
Yeah.
いつの時代の人間よ、あんた。そういうね、明日には殺すけど今日は親友だなんてのは今時流行らないの。やるとなったら徹底してやらないと相手にも失礼じゃない。
はあ、そりゃまたつまんねえ世の中になったもんだ。
He's like, that's just like, yeah, he's like, wow, that sucks. That's great. Lancer never learns. I feel like they've been repeating the same kind of conversation for a while now.
それよりランサー、自分の役割きちっと分かってるんでしょうね。
ああ、梅雨払いは任せておけ。お前たち二人でキャスターとそのマスターと戦うんだろ？
Makes sense.
俺の役目はアーチャーの相手だ。
But what about assassin?
最悪セーバーもどうにかしなくちゃならんが、まあ抑えるだけなら問題ない。
Lancer speaks objectively. He isn't even scared of fighting both Saber and Archer at the same time. But yeah, there's still Assassin, potentially. Come to think of it, Saber told me when we were training in the dojo. She said Lancer is the best among the servants when it comes to just surviving. She praised him, saying that he had excellent agility and plentiful combat experience, and that he would be an impregnable defense if he went into defense. He must have fought many battles from disadvantageous positions when he was alive. The aloof man must be a heroic spirit who ran through the jaws of death many times and survived. That's probably why he could be so whimsical in this situation.
それはいいけどな。敵はアーチャーとセイバーだけじゃない。キャスターの下にはアサシンもいるんだろう。なら、最悪あんたの相手は3人ってことになるぞ。
ああ、そりゃやべえな。あの野郎は苦手だ。できれば1対1でもやり合いたかね。あの手のやつは遠くから仕留めるに限るが、まあ、その心配は不要だな。
Oh?
アサシンは教会には現れない。
Oh? Because he's still guarding Ryoto Temple?
どうしてそう断言できるのよ。キャスターが竜道寺に戻らないなら門番としてアサシンだって呼び戻すんじゃないの？
いや、アサシンはキャスターが呼び出したサーバントだが、それゆえに制約がある。奴はあの場所そのものに呼び出された英霊だ。竜道寺を離れることはできんし、何よりキャスターが呼び戻さんだろう。
Okay, then that explains why Archer was the guard, the gatekeeper in the bad end we saw.
マスターに黙って独断で召喚したサーバントだ。マスターが教会にいる以上は隠し通すし、おいそれと竜道寺を手放すこともできまい。
That makes sense.
竜道寺を手放せない。それってつまり
聖杯の召喚場所があの山だからだろうな。
Yep.
知っているか？聖杯戦争は今回で5回目だが、聖杯が呼び出される土地は4カ所ある。 そのうちの一つが流動寺であり、教会でもあるわけだ。
Interesting.
ちなみに3回目の召喚場所は教会だったらしい。4回目はどこぞの平地だったそうだ。
In some plain somewhere, huh? I think we know more
へ
specifically.
え、戦ってれば幸せみたいな人だと思ったけど、意外に物知りなんだ、あなた。
Both can be true.
単にマスターが小難しいやつなだけだ。お前たちの事情に関心があるわけじゃない。
Mm.
ふん。けどそっか。じゃあ今回の召喚場所って1回目と同じ場所に戻ったってことなのね。
Or at least the third time. Tosaka mumbles while she ponders. Lancer watches her with delight and walks on in the dark forest. It's deep into the night, and the date has long since changed. Dawn should be breaking by the time we get out of this forest and return to town. I mentally prepare myself as I walk. We will challenge Castor one more time in a few hours. I won't hesitate, even if that girl has become our enemy by then. We'll defeat Castor. I have to accept that that's the top priority right now. We head to the battlefield. No matter what waits for us at the church at daybreak, we can't stop now. Is this going to be the save point? Yep. Mm-hmm. And this day should still be night stay night, I'd imagine. It would be weird if it was just for that little... Yeah. Of course. Alright. Let's keep it rolling. We will try to get through this day, but I have no guarantees. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna go for a while longer, though. Before that, there's just one more conversation. When they get out of the forest and day breaks, before they head to the church, the girl tells him the fact that she kept hidden.
今のうちに言っておくけど、シローが返してくれたペンダントね。あれ、一つしかないものなの。
Something she wants to tell him before they potentially die. She doesn't say what that means, and he doesn't pursue it further. That's because that is an unnecessary matter when they are about to fight their biggest enemy, Castor. Only one pendant. The one that he found in her room and returned to her. The one that he picked up that night and put into his desk. Now is not the time to be pursuing that contradiction.
言っておかなくちゃいけないのはそれだけよ。シローが私の部屋で見つけたペンダントって、あーちゃんに返してもらったものなんだ。私はてっきりあいつが拾ってきてくれたものだと思ってたけど。
The decisive battle is near. The roof of the tall church can be seen in the corner when looking up at the sky. Tosaka says she wants to confirm things one last time. Our roles are decided. Lancer will draw Archer and Saber away from Castor. We will use that opening to fight Castor. In response to Lancer sarcastically asking if we'd be able to defeat Castor...
まあね。私とキャスターを1対1にしてもらえれば、まず裏をかけると思う。
Tosaka replies with confidence. I don't know what she means by outwitting her. She wouldn't tell us even if we asked, so it must be a strategy that has a lower success rate if she tells her allies. Then all I need to do is fulfill Tosaka's demands. I will keep Kazuki from protecting Castor no matter what. I'll project his swords however many times is necessary to do that. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. I close my eyes and dive inside myself. The magic circuit that flows inside me is stable. Magecraft beyond one's capacity will destroy the user themselves. The first time, half of my body went numb. The second time's projection was surprisingly easy and had no effect on my body. There's no guarantee that the third time will be the same, but I think there should be no problem if it's just copying his swords. My body is stable. Through sheer awareness alone, I have access to the magic circuits that were so difficult to create before. It's like there's a fake nerve behind my normal one, and I'm able to reverse them with just the press of a button. There's part of me that wants to believe it's because I got used to it. I can easily prepare the swords. Projection has become my primary weapon. It's improved greatly compared to 10 days ago. Not only has the control of my magic circuits improved, but even my sword technique has improved. Oops. The reason behind it? I stopped myself from thinking about the reason. It's top priority to defeat Castor and get Saber back. Asking myself stupid questions can come after the battle. My headache gets worse the closer I get to the church. It's just like when I was looking for Tosaka, but I stopped thinking about that. Oh, here we fucking go. Here we fucking go. The sunrise is gray. The sunlight is blocked by the clouds, sealing the dawn's brightness. Yep, here we go. Now we're at the church, just like we were at the beginning of this episode. The sky above is cloudy. The sky is closer to black than gray and reminds me of that time 10 years ago. Is it going to start raining soon? A dull, white sky. That man was standing under the cloudy sky that smelled like it had just stopped raining.
君のことだ。必ず来ると思っていた。
He stares at Tosaka with cool eyes. Tosaka doesn't say anything and stares back at Archer.
それで、用意した策は何だ？何の手立てもなしで勝負を挑む君ではあるまい。
ああ、とりあえず、てめえの相手はこの俺だ。
驚いたな。私を失い、数日と経たずに新しいサーバントと契約したか。
Not exactly.
やれやれ。私もそうだが、君の移り気もなかなか。
Wow.
たもとを分かって正解だったかな。
Ugh. That's funny.
構わないわシロ。あいつの挑発になんか乗らないで。
She stops me, still staring at Archer. But it's obvious looking at her face. Even if she knows he's provoking her, it doesn't change the fact that those words hurt for Tosaka.
前から気に食わねえ野郎だと思っていたが。
Wow.
てめえ、少年から腐っているようだな。
Oh, the asshole brigade's in full effect.
ほう。裏切りは勘に触るか、ランサー。自分が裏切られたわけでもないのに、律儀なことだ。
Wow. That's pretty funny.
別にお嬢ちゃんに肩入れする気はねえよ。単にてめえみたいなサーバントがいるってことが。
Damn, that's crazy.
英雄の誇りか。まったく。どいつもこいつも同じようなことばかりを口にする。
That's wild.
あのキャスターでさえ、そんなくだらないものを持っていてな。死した身で今さら、何の栄誉を守るというのだ。正直。私には君たちの考えが理解できない。
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, we're dead. Like, we're just here as part of some silly game, and yet you guys all still have that hero's pride.
ああ、しなくていいぜ。考える手間を省いてやる。
Damn. Conversation ceases between the two of them. All that's left is Lancer's sharp intent to kill and Archer's calm intent to kill. They are about 10 meters apart. The knight in red and knight in blue confronting each other is like a reenactment of that night. Yeah, we did see Lancer v Archer in the prologue. It's interesting. Knight stay knight indeed.
Lancer?
Tosaka calls to the blue back.
お前たちは中に行け。こいつをぶっ倒したら俺も行ってやるからよ。
分かってる。けどランサー、アーチャーは。
ああ、手抜いてやる。あいつには土下座して、お前に謝ってもらわなくちゃいけねえからな。
Without looking back, he smiles while still staring at Archer. Aw, okay. Hell yeah, Lancer. This is actually kind of cool.
ありがとう。助力に来てくれたのがあなたでよかった。
Aw. That's actually really sweet. We go around the two and run to the church. Archer, the guard, casually lets us go through. No, he had to let us through. Archer is already confronting Lancer. If he gave us attention in such a situation, he would get stabbed in the chest by Lancer the next moment. Either he doesn't let us go but gets attacked by Lancer, or he lets us go but confronts Lancer. If he is really guarding this place, the choice should be obvious. We run around the courtyard and open the door to the church without hesitation. Behind us...
まったく、面倒なことになっちまったな。
何がだランサー。
いや何、あんな顔で礼を言われた日にはそういうの
Wow.
困るだろ。おいそれと主を裏切れない身としちゃ少しばかり眩しいってもんだ。
He's like, man, I wish she was my master.
随分と甘いのだなランサー。君は隣の芝生は青いという言葉を知っているか。
That's funny.
何言ってやがる。なもん俺が知ってるわけねえだろうが。
And that's gonna be our transition to more, more Rin and
悠
Shiro.
長にやってる時間はないわ。ランサーがアーチャーと決着をつける前にキャスターを倒すわよ。
That'd be ideal.
分かってる。ここから無駄口はなしだ。それと、本当にキャスターを任せていいんだな、トサカ。
ええ。とことんまで追い詰められるだろうけど、それでも手は出さないで。シローはクズキ先生をできるだけ引き離してくれればいい。
Interesting. She literally just said, like, I'm gonna be in trouble, but don't help me. You just gotta trust me, basically. We go past the chapel and head to the door leading to the courtyard. I won't hesitate if Tosaka says so. Most of all, I don't know if I could back Tosaka up, even if she were in trouble. My opponent is Kazuki. I wouldn't even be able to dodge his first attack if I'm paying attention to Tosaka. Yep. Castor's presence is getting closer. She must not even be hiding her powers, as the church is surrounded by Castor's magical energy. With this amount, she must already know about our raid.
トレース、オン。
Yep. I knit together the illusion as carefully as I can using the 8 steps. I got used to it, as his swords are in both hands within a minute. I feel a light headache. Even though I'm getting used to it, it takes some sort of toll on my body after all. Projection is certainly affecting my body without me realizing it. Yeah. Is it my imagination? For a moment, I thought Tosaka had hung her head in sorrow while running next to me. Yeah, she doesn't like you having to do that. We go down through the darkness. We run down the stairs that go underground and go out to the open area. And after that, we jump off the railing of the stairs down to the sanctuary like before. Here we are. And here she is.
飛び降りてくるなんてまるで猿ね。
Hitting us with the monkeys line is kind of crazy.
何を急いでいるのだか知らないけど、人間なんだから階段ぐらいは使いなさい。
Damn. We land in the sanctuary. This is supposed to be a surprise attack, but Castor greets us with composure. There is Soichiro Kazuki standing beside Castor. I feel no enmity or bloodlust from him. That is his battle posture. His clear, murderous intent is even hiding the dreadfulness of that man. In that regard, he's even more like an assassin than the servant assassin right now. Saber is at the altar. The situation is the same as 2 days ago. Saber is still tied from the ceiling with her head hanging down. I'm relieved we made it, but at the same time it worries me how awfully quiet she is. I feel like Saber was a bit more in pain before. She was shaking slightly as if breathing with her whole body to go against Castor's magical energy. But she's silent now like she's frozen. I have a bad feeling. It's good Assassin is not here, but we won't be able to get out of here alive if my worries are true. Oh no. Are we actually gonna get a Saber as Castor's servant? Are we actually gonna get it?
来たわよキャスター。いろいろ考えたんだけど、やっぱりあなたには消えてもらうことにしたわ。目障りだし邪魔だし煩わしいし。
Damn!
何よりその格好が気に食わないのよね。
Damn!
今時紫のローブなんてどこの田舎者よって感じでさ。
That's savage. You're an eyesore, you're in my way, you're troublesome, and I don't like the way you dress. You look like you came from the countryside with that purple robe in this day and age. That's crazy. Tosaka insults Castor, who is full of composure as if refusing to lose against her. Even though she's saying such things, she must actually be feeling the opposite from the way she's slowly closing in on her. Now's not the time for me to be concerned about Saber either. Tosaka is going to close in on Castor counterclockwise. I'll close in clockwise. Castor and Kazuki, if we're going to separate them, we have to attack them from both sides and isolate our enemies.
見逃してもらった分際で随分と勘違いをしたようね。今時の魔術師は皆こうイノシシ頭なのかしら。これではアーチャーが見限るのも当然ね。
Damn. Tosaka's insults must have worked on her, as Castor is glaring only at Tosaka. I use that opening to move. I move to the other side of Tosaka, where I can attack Castor from the other side. Kazuki watches that in silence. I knew it. There's no way that man won't notice something like this, and yet that's the intention. He's aware of everything. The fact that we're trying to defeat them one by one, and the fact that Tosaka has some kind of plan. Even with that in mind, Kazuki is letting Castor do as she wishes. It's not like Kazuki is being manipulated by Castor. He became Castor's master of his own free will. But still, based on his passivity, Kazuki is close to a puppet. A servant who is skilled in providing backup using magecraft, and a master who is skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Their roles are reversed, and I feel like their way of being is reversed as well. Castor, who persistently seeks the Holy Grail, and the Master protects Castor without his own will. That makes me think, without a reason, that if Castor was a master and Kazuki was just a servant who protected her, then they wouldn't have fallen so low. Huh. Interesting. Tosaka looks over at me. It means our positions are perfect. Then, the match will be settled if either of us attacks. Whether Tosaka and I get defeated or Tosaka defeats Castor before that, our battle with Castor will end here. Man, I'm so locked in. This is so exciting.
それじゃあ始めましょうか。あなたとの小競り合いもこれで3度目。いい加減ここで型をつけてあげる。
You know what they say, third time's the charm. Tosaka steps in closer to Castor.
大きく出たわね。まさかとは思うけど、本気で私に勝てると思っているの？お嬢さん。
Let's see.
だとしたら腕比べどころの話じゃないわ。今回も見逃してあげるから、まずその少年を直してらっしゃいな。
God damn.
そんなの勝てるに決まってるじゃない。
Oh my god, I just love it, dude. The witches are bitches. The arrogance of these mages is crazy.
だってそうでしょ？あなたみたいな
おー！
術師に一流である私が負けるはずないんだもの。
God damn!
そう。なら仕方がないわ。その増長、厳しくしつける必要があるよね、お嬢さん。
Ojo-san. They brace themselves at the same time. With a few meters between them, they look like mirror images. That is the signal. I attack the defenseless Castor. And there's Kazuki. And of course, I'm blocked by Kazuki's blow. The ghost-like assassin is in front of me. Oh, hell yeah. I don't have the composure to watch over Tosaka and Castor's fight. The last thing you need to concern yourself with. Full focus on Kazuki. He already knows my intentions. He will not let me buy time. Letting out the snake that cornered even sabers, Soichiro Kazuki comes to take my life. I can hold him off for 1 minute at most. That should be the same for Tosaka. Originally, this was a battle with no chance of victory had the roles not been reversed. There is no way we could win against enemies who surpass us in both hand-to-hand combat and magecraft. But looking at it the other way, we can at least put up a fight. Tosaka would be killed in an instant if she fought Kazuki, and Castor would end me just by pointing at me if I fought her. On the other hand, we might not be able to win, but at least we won't get killed in an instant. In other words, this battle is not about how we can defeat them, but a battle like walking on a tightrope to see how long we can hold off an opponent who is superior to us. Yeah, because if you guys can last long enough to get, and if Lancer can actually beat Archer, that'll flip the script, and then there's the question mark of Saber in all of this. Interlude? Interlude, yep. Lancer interlude, here we go. It's gotta be a Lancer interlude. Or Archer. But, yep. Oh, the blue and red flashes reminding me of the beginning of the game. The lethal weapons cross. The twin swords and the spear repeatedly attack, trying to take each other's necks. Those attacks are continuous, without hesitation. Every blow that is released is meant to kill. Lancer is not an exception. Even though he told Tosaka Rin, his ally, that he would take it easy, that becomes secondary once the battle starts. It merely means that if his spear happens to miss Archer's heart and it does not kill him instantly, then he won't finish him off. Even in that case, his enemy will die, but Lancer would just need to drag Archer to Rin before he does. Lancer does not care what happens after that. The Crimson Demonic Spear invades the enemy's territory. The spear breaks through Archer's defense each time it is thrust. It is different from the battle from before. Archer cannot handle Lancer's attacks that he was able to dodge that night. It is only natural. This is the second battle. Lancer was bound by a certain command spell. To learn his enemy master's strengths, his master told Lancer,
お前は全員と戦え。だが倒すな。一度目の相手からは必ず生還しろ。
survive the battle against someone you were fighting against for the first time, no matter what. That's crazy. And we know that voice, of course. That is the only command he was given. He obeyed such a ridiculous command, and his no-hold-barred battle had finally come. Therefore, there is no way that is the same as the last battle. There is nothing binding Lancer, and Archer is now fighting the fastest heroic spirit out of all the servants. Yep. Oh, these shots, like I said, giving me flashbacks to the beginning of the game. Anguish escapes from Archer for a second time. Even his hawk-like eyes cannot follow Lancer's spear. The spear's trajectory is no more than a point to start with. Yeah, we know Gabolg is ridiculous. That was changing into a flash of light now. He cannot see the tip of the spear closing in on him. Even the movements of Lancer's arms and legs are speeding up to reach the realm that is no longer visible. He was able to dodge this much because he knew Lancer's spear from the last battle. He is doing what he can now, using the fact that he's inferior to Lancer when it comes to hand-to-hand combat as a weapon to handle his fierce attacks. He is adjusting where he gets attacked. The knight in a red cloak limits the attacks by creating fatal openings himself. Of course, he will die if he does not dodge these attacks. But if he is going to die getting wounds all over his body from trying to avoid an instant death, he'd rather die an instant death with all limbs intact. Otherwise, it will all have been for nothing. Fortunately, Lancer is still underestimating Archer. No, he is simply immersed in the battle itself. If they are going to keep on killing each other with just a difference in ability, then he could think of another 30 ways of showing openings. Predicting the enemy's movements using information gained previously and breaking the status quo from cultivated battle experience. That is the mind of steel called the Mind's Eye that is gained from training. Yep, that's Mind's Eye being one of Archer's things. This is nothing deemed as extraordinary. This is the only skill that he possesses. It is not innate like Saber's instinct, but it is a simple weapon that anyone can gain from training in a frank manner. Lancer withdraws his spear and stops for a bit. He observes the disgruntled bowman in red. It is obvious who is going to win. Archer has no chance of victory at hand-to-hand combat. That is something he knew. If Archer is a bowman, like his name states, this cannot be a fair fight unless he is shooting from a distance. But he blocked the attacks. He has been in an advantage and should not last a few more blows, but he blocked my full force attacks. Is he strong, or am I going easy on him? I sneer. Archer is a mysterious servant. I should admit that he's strong in that regard. But it is unthinkable that I'm going easy. The first attack was aimed at the neck to blow his face off. The second attack was aimed at the heart to smash his ribcage. There's no way I'm going easy. There's no way, but it is certainly true that I wasn't trying to kill him. What is there in a serious battle? A battle between servants comes down to a battle of noble phantasms. The fact that I'm cornering him without using that fatal attack is proof that I'm going easy. That reason. The cause seems to be the expression of gratitude that he had never heard before.
まったく 本気か俺は。
Huh. Interesting. The swords clash harder than before. Both parties spring apart with sparks that fly. Lancer's full force blow, as if he is about to hit himself, is offset by Archer's full force attack. The distance between them is about 5 meters. With that distance, Lancer would be able to close in at an instant. Oh, it's been a while since we've seen that pose. The spearman in blue murmurs.
貴様、これだけの腕を持っていながらキャスターについたのか。貴様とりんならば、キャスターになぞ遅れは取るまい。
Lancer stops emitting murderous intent, but there is no opening in his stance. At that, Archer slightly smiles.
驚いたな。何を言い出すかと思えば、まだそんなことを口にするのか。
He's a mystery. That's the thing about Archer. You just never know what he's doing.
ランサー、私は少しでも勝算の高い手段を取っただけだ。リンがどう思うと、私はこれ以外の手段はないと判断した。
His voice, full of confidence, has no sense of guilt. The knight in red actually did not regret betraying his master.
そうかよ。尋ねた俺がバカだったぜ。
Archer agrees. Lancer snorts and quietly raises the tip of his spear.
確かにお前は戦上手だ。そのお前が取った手段ならば、せいぜいうまく立ち回るだろう。
Yep.
だが、それは王道ではない。貴様の剣には、決定的に誇りが欠けている。
And that's something that Archer has been like, fuck them pride. He's like, I don't need pride. His fighting spirit rises. Seeing that, the bowman in red smiles in delight.
ああ、あいにく誇りなどない身だからな。だが、それがどうした？英雄としての名が汚れる？
Damn.
笑わせないでくれよ、ランサー。汚れなど、成果で洗い流せる。
Jesus Christ, Archer.
そんな余分なプライドはな。
Holy shit!
そこいらの犬にでも食わせてしまえ。
That's crazy. You could feed your meaningless pride to the dogs is wild, dude. Archer is such a badass. Such a dick, but such a badass. In an instant, the slightly relaxed atmosphere completely changes. The air freezes. The demonic spear with the magical energy to disrupt the order of the world and invert cause and effect is raised. The murderous intent that is released is nothing like before. In the midst of the tension where it is difficult to even breathe.
犬と言ったな、アーチャー。
The spearman in blue bellows in a voice that could drive crows away from the battlefield.
事実だ、空風林。英雄の誇りなぞ持っているのなら、今のうちに捨てておけ。
Damn.
よく言った。ならば、お前が先に行け。
Damn! Lancer jumps back greatly. It is not the matter of distance to thrust his spear. The distance that opened between them in an instant is over 100 meters. Lancer leaps back to the entrance of this clearing and crouches on all fours like a beast. Archer's 5 senses freeze. Is it fear or awe? Whichever it is, he immediately understood the meaning of Lancer's retreat. The fact that his enemy's next attack is literally a fatal attack. Yep, here we go.
俺のゲイボルクの能力は効いているな、アーチャー。
Lancer, crouching on the ground on all fours, raises his waist. His form is like a sprinter waiting for the starting pistol. Archer does not have the time to answer. The knight in red throws away his swords and immerses himself in his own mind as fast as possible. But will he make it? Lancer's posture is if his demonic spear is like the legend, the noble phantasm that blocks it cannot be superficial.
行くぞ。この一撃。手向けとして受け取るがいい。
What is about to happen here? The Blue Panther runs. Even his afterimage is far away. Lancer sprints towards Archer like the wind. The distance between both parties is 100 meters. Lancer is not going to thrust his spear with that running start. The blue figure crouches. The spearman that ran through 50 meters in an instant suddenly leaps up from the ground. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're playing the same theme that happened when they revealed who Saber was. Oh my god, I got chills. Oh, are they actually gonna do this? Is it actually time? Is it finally time? His body flies through the air. He holds up the magical spear that always pierces the heart once it is thrust. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Space distorts. According to the legend, that spear scatters numerous arrowheads once it is thrust into the enemy. In other words,
Gate?
the spear of causality responds to the words. It might just be because he's using Gaybolg, but still, the spearman in blue leans back as if drawing a bow. Gaybolg, the soaring spear that plunges with death. Awesome. Absolutely badass. What's your response, Archer? And he slams down that blow with a roar. What's it gonna be? Oh, that is so sick. It is a noble phantasm that was made to be thrown. I guess we never really quite saw it like this in the first route. The spear that always pierces the heart once it is aimed. The cursed noble phantasm that cannot be avoided and will continue attacking the target every time it is avoided. That is Gaybolg, the spear of destruction possessed by the hero who never lost once in his lifetime. There is no way to stop the thing that is shot out with all of Lancer's magical energy. It cannot be avoided nor dodged. Therefore, it is fatal. There is no way for one to survive once they are targeted by the magical spear. Oh, this is so cool. What's it gonna be, Archer? The magical bullet approaches. In a split second, the knight in red closes his eyes as if accepting his death.
I am the bone of my soul.
What in the English? Is bro about to say Unlimited Blade Works? The Thorn of Light clashes. The moment the Thorn of Destruction comes falling from the sky to directly hit the knight in red.
No.
Ro Ias. 7 rings cradling the burning heavens. The true name is spoken, shaking the air. Is it a shield? What in the world? The spear and shield clash. It is a shield. What on earth? It's like a flower. Ro Ias, huh? The spear of death, which breaks through every protective wall and evasion. That spear is stopped. The fatal spear is stopped by Archer's noble phantasm, swirling up a storm of wind and scattering debris. The 7 flower petals that appeared from somewhere protect Archer and oppose the magical bullet that tries to shoot him down. Who would know? This protection itself is Ias. The only thing said to have stopped the javelin of the great hero is the shield of Ias. There are 7 barriers shaped like flower petals, and each layer is as strong as a castle wall. It is a bounded field noble phantasm that is invincible against any projectile weapon targeted towards the user, so he has the perfect trick. And it seems like again, he's so similar to Gilgamesh. What? Because I don't, what the hell? A thrown spear would surely be defeated by the shield without penetrating even one of the petals. At the very least, Archer does not know of any spear that could break through this shield. And yet, that fatal spear breaks through it effortlessly. The 6th flower petal is destroyed. Only one remains. The magical spear reaches the 7th petal that has never been pierced through and doesn't stop its force. The unstoppable thorn of the magical spear. With that right in front of him, does it make it? With a roaring spirit, Archer pours all of his magical energy into his own noble phantasm. But yeah, like his noble phantasm being a shield is so weird. Everything about Archer makes no sense. And I don't know the lore here. What a shocker. So that didn't help at all. I mean, I probably don't know who he really is anyways, but it broke through. Is that it? Lancer, who has landed on the ground, stares at the servant in front of him. Archer has wounds all over his body. His stretched out arm is like a decayed branch. His face is distorted in pain, not only from the wounds on his arm, but from enduring a headache beyond his imagination.
驚いたな。アイアスを貫通しうる槍がこの世にあろうとは。君のそれはオリジナルのグングニルを上回っている。
Huh. Familiar with Gungnir, the knight in red compliments the spearman in blue from the bottom of his heart. There is no way such a thing would get through to Lancer. His strongest attack, the attack that made him a hero, was blocked. He is so angry that his glare should be able to kill someone. That anger is almost erased by a strong wonder. It is too strange. It is true that Archer is a mysterious servant. His identity is unknown. He carries twin swords while being a bowman, and even showed a shield that could block Lancer's strongest attack. None of it makes any sense. That is abnormal. Such a hero cannot be found anywhere in this world. It's from another world?
貴様、何者だ?
Like, it makes no sense. This is what I've been saying this whole time. Nothing about him makes sense. And it's even his lore feels like it's pulled out from, like, all different, like...
ただの旧兵だが、君の見立ては間違いではない。
What does that mean?
ざれ言を、旧兵が宝具を防ぐほどの盾を持つものか。
場合によっては持つだろう。
It depends on what?
だが、それもこのざまだ。魔力の大部分を消費したというのに、腕をやられ、アイアスも完全に破壊された。
Like, the one thing I can't escape, right? Why Gilgamesh is in the Archer class. And Archer is in the Archer is obviously in the Archer class. And, like, it's kind of similar to Gilgamesh. He's less OP. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the connection could even be. But it's not a coincidence that they're both archers. That's for sure.
まったく。私が持ち得る最強の守りだったのだがな、今のは。
Lancer keeps glaring at Archer, who is bantering. Then...
それより、気づいたか、ランサー。キャスターめ、存外に苦戦していると見える。こちらに向けられていた監視が止まった。
Huh. Archer adds, raising his arms as if to surrender.
そうかよ。そうじゃねえかとは思ったけどな。てめえ、元からそういう腹か。
無論だ。言っただろう。
Huh.
勝率の高い手段だけを取ると。
Yep.
とことん気に食わねえ
Yeah,
野郎だな
I really hate him too, but he did, this was apparently the path. Lancer says bitterly and turns his back to Archer. His job is done. His role to distract Archer is meaningless now. There is no need for him to support Rin Tosaka any longer. That was crazy. The spearman in blue turns on one heel to return to his master and lays on the grass to observe some more. Huh. Okay, so we're about to head back to what's going on with Kazuki, Caster, Rin, and Shiro, but... Yep, we know. But... What did we get? Nothing in skill, so it is nothing in Noble Phantasm. What did we get there? Did we get Lancer stuff? This gotta be his Noble Phantasm. Barbed Spear that pierces with death. B++. Yeah, okay. The special Noble Phantasm unleashes the power of the Gaebolg curse and throws it with its full power. Gaebolg is originally a javelin, so this is the correct way to use it. Unlike the Soaring Sphere that plunges with death, this Noble Phantasm focuses on pure destructive power, blowing away the target like an explosive round. The damage and form resembles that of Bryanak, the 5 roaring stars, wielded by Lu, the Celtic god of light. However, it has a homing ability, making it closer to Gungnir, declaration of the great god, the noble phantasm of Odin, the main deity of Northern Europe. Interesting. So yeah, that's separate from the soaring spear that plunges with death, which is, you know, Gaebolg's actual, like, title. This is the barbed spear that pierces with death. Very cool. So that's what we got added. I desperately parry the constant flurry of fists. Kazuki's fists are live snakes. Even if I barely dodge them, they change their course of direction to come bite me the moment I avoid them. Ironically, they have some similarities to Gaebolg. That's how Saber got seriously injured. Saber was grazed by Kazuki's snake because she had the reflexes to dodge it. But I don't have such reflexes. I can't dodge them, and first of all, I can't even see his fists. I can't see them, so it's impossible to even dodge them. Dude, I love that this guy was just a teacher at our school. My shoulder, Kazuki's fist grazes my left collarbone. It's like a sledgehammer. It feels as if my left shoulder is shattered, and I almost dropped my dagger. I stop and bear it, repelling the repeated fists aiming towards my face with the dagger in my right hand. I desperately retreat. I retreat without regard for my appearance, while Kazuki closes in without revealing how he advanced. I shiver at his stance. I won't be able to withstand the next attack. It's absurd that I was able to parry all the attacks until now. It doesn't feel real. My misunderstanding of being able to manage with just defense and being a decoy until Tosaka defeats casters shattered from the first blow. Soichiro Kazuki took our previous battle in account. Before, I was able to fend off Kazuki, who attacked Tosaka, so I thought I'd be able to block his attacks if I projected Archer's twin swords. But, on the other hand, that means I can't do anything without Archer's swords. Kazuki took that into consideration. This time, the first thing that Kazuki did was try to take away my twin swords. My right dagger shatters. His fist, strengthened by Caster's magecraft, destroys my sword with just a few blows. Time to make some more. I immediately replace the dagger. I can't expect high quality from a forced projection in quickly made swords. As a result, the twin swords that had received several attacks lose their accuracy. Ooh, I like the little heartbeat there. I can't control my breathing. I frantically block Kazuki's snake with my twin swords. My body just follows the twin swords. My limbs that copy Archer's movements have far exceeded the limits of my body. And then there's this headache. My body erodes every time my twin swords are destroyed and I project new ones. It's different from using up magical energy. It feels like I lose one of the few magic circuits I have every time I make a new sword. I'm almost out. I might be able to make 2 more. It's over when my magical energy runs out. But first of all, would I even be able to make 2 more? I'm in the air. Kazuki's right fist, the fist that he hadn't been using, was thrust like a spear. I parried the blow that tried to pierce through my chest and ribcage with my twin swords. In an instant, my twin swords are destroyed, and it seems like I was flung away from the impact. I feel something hard against my back. I must have been flung about 5 meters. Right into the wall. I tried to resume my breathing and realized I can't breathe. The penetrating impact is numbing my heart. I can't breathe and I can't even move my limbs. Just for a few seconds. During that gap of my heart resuming to work. The devil approaches. Oh, what a line! Oh, that's so good, dude. Kazuki is wild. This is it. This man would finish me off if I dropped my guard for only a second. With me like this, it would be more than enough time to kill me 6 times. I glare at my enemy. Even if my limbs don't move, there are still things I can do. I'm not one who wields swords to start with. My weapon that I fight with has always been magecraft. Then, it's not over yet. My role is to hold Kazuki down. I can't give up without fulfilling my role. That hitting sound didn't come from in front of me. The structure of the sword that I was imagining disappears. Kazuki, who is approaching to twist off my neck, stops. That abnormality was behind Kazuki. It happened to Castor, with the altar behind her. Saber. Oh shit, oh shit. Second interlude, here we go. Who is it gonna be? Is it actually gonna be Saber? Sasaka is also at an advantage. No. The burden is greater than mine, and she clearly understands the difference in their powers. Castor points her fingers towards her, full of composure. The magecraft is Arrow. Castor has no need for incantations. To the witch that lived in the age of gods, she does not need a process to connect herself with the world. Castor is always surrounded by the divine mysteries that make the world go round. For her, magecraft is just something she commands. It's just like ordering a guard dog to attack. She counters that with her treasured jewels. She does not have the time to cast a spell, and she cannot match Castor's magecraft with simple spells. Their skills as a mage are as far apart as heaven and earth. To bridge that gap, she can only bring out the thing that she has been accumulating for a long time. The crystallization of magical energy that she has stored since she was born as the daughter of a mage. She faces the challenge, preparing to use the remaining 9 out of 10 irreplaceable jewels.
けなげに頑張ること。そんな奥の手があるとは思わなかったわ、お嬢さん。
Castor keeps her smile even though her magecraft is being nullified by pure magical energy. Castor, who can exercise magecraft almost infinitely, and the girl who opposes her using jewels as amplifiers. That difference is obvious. I do not know how many jewels she has, but it should be around 10 or 20. There is no way she can defeat Castor with that amount. Each one, they're named. She neutralizes the electric charge with the 7th jewel. There are 6 jewels left. I assume each one's stronger. With 6 more spells from Castor, her trump card will run out.
あら、綺麗に防ぎ切るのね。本当にけなげ。自分だけ守っていれば石を使い切ることもないでしょうに。
Without reacting to the giggling voice, she readies the jewel between her fingers in preparation for the next bullet. Just as Castor says, her jewels would not shatter if she were just protecting herself. Each jewel should be able to block Castor's spell about 3 times. But she couldn't do that. Castor's magecraft covers the sanctuary once it is activated. Kazuki should be protected by Castor, but he is an exception. If she doesn't counter Castor's magecraft before it is activated, then Emiyashiro, who is keeping Soichiro Kazuki busy, will burn and die. Therefore, it is meaningless if she protects only herself. She can't let him die like that, and the premise of this strategy is that he stops Kazuki.
まだ守りきるつもり？大した信念ですけど、それもいつまで持つかしらね。受けてばかりでは結果は見えていてよ、お嬢さん。
We'll see. Castor's fingers move. Okay, okay. Winter River. In response to that, she makes the first move. Her jewels will run out and she will be killed if she keeps on defending. Castor's magecraft and her jewels. The magical energy contained is the same, then it means she could beat Castor if she makes the first move. Don't think it's gonna be that easy, though. But she cannot surpass Castor's spells. If Tosaka Rin is the fastest without using spells and can establish magecraft just by releasing jewels, Castor is also the fastest as she can create divine mysteries with just one phrase. There is no first move in their battle. This is just a clash of power against power. The first one to lose from the clash and run out of magical energy loses. Then... Oh shit. It's gonna use 3 at once, huh? Cool German. She just needs to force her way through. She uses her jewels one after another and breaks through Castor's magical energy. There are 3 jewels released. Additionally, she uses her treasured 4th jewel to add a synergistic effect. That magecraft is beyond her limits. You cannot use magecraft surpassing your own tolerance. She herself, who told him that, is breaking the rule to unleash this attack. The attack would destroy not only the sanctuary, but the entire church had Castor not defended against it. Oh shit. But the witch in purple blocks it like it is nothing. No, it wasn't just that. Castor had swallowed all of her magical energy into her robe. Tosaka stands there in astonishment. Behind her, she can hear the sound of his defeat. Sound of breaking swords and his body slamming against the wall. The match is about to be settled. There is nothing she could do, and her body sways. She staggers forward as if defeated by inescapable despair. Oh, my favorite word.
これで終わり？まだ手持ちの宝石はあるのでしょ？諦めずになくなるまで試してみたら？
She has no energy to answer. Regardless of how many jewels she has left, this was the best she could do. If that didn't work, not even 100 jewels would be enough to hurt Castor with her magecraft.
そう。ようやく理解したようね。何をしようが私にはかなわないと。けれど楽しくはあったわ、お嬢さん。魔術を競い合うのは久しぶりでしたからね。
I bet it was fun.
ええ。それだけでもあなたに価値を与えましょう。
Aw. She stops herself from falling forward, suppresses her nausea with her hand, and keeps glaring at Castor.
悔しい？けれどこれが現実よ。むしろ誇りなさい。遊んであげたとはいえ、あなたはこの私に魔術戦をさせたのだから。
That's more than most can say, right? And then Castor points at her, as if to pronounce her death sentence.
消えなさい。あの坊やが私のマスターに倒されるのは時間の問題。その前に、こちらもそろそろ終わりにしましょう。
Let's see it. What's it gonna be? What's gonna happen here? Castor slowly murmurs her death. That opening. She had been waiting for that judgment. Okay. She only needs one phrase to release the spell. She hangs her head and smiles as she murmurs. One final jewel, right? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Now we go back to Shiro. Or is it... Or did she do that to him? Is this strengthening... Did she just strengthen us to kill Kazuki? Because if we kill Kazuki... I doubt my own eyes for a moment. Tosaka and Castor. Their battle of magecraft ended with Tosaka's defeat. Tosaka slowly staggered forward as if asking for Castor's forgiveness, and Castor released magecraft to finish her off. That moment, Tosaka counters the released magecraft. That's fine. It's not surprising. Problem is after that, Tosaka punches Castor with a fired up stance. Yeah, she just powered herself up and just like I'm just gonna fuck this bitch up. That's crazy. Tosaka throws herself into the hellfire. She counters the released magecraft and using it as a distraction, she jumps onto Castor. Castor's surprise is that of a mage. She could not have predicted that the mage that lost in magecraft would come punching at her. That's so based. I didn't expect it either, so it must be like blasphemy for Castor, who is an excellent mage. But that isn't just a useless struggle. Tosaka closes in and lands a 1-inch punch, a Chinese martial arts move on Castor's chest. A shattering sound. Tosaka must have strengthened her fist like Kazuki, and her blow easily breaks through Castor's defense. And this is the problem with...
魔術師のくせに殴り合いなんて
Yeah, you never saw that coming, did you, bitch? That's the problem. Like, this is why Castor's the weakest servant. For all she's got going for her, she is essentially just a human.
ホワイ肉様、今時の魔術師ってのは護身術も必修科目よ。
Damn, damn, damn! She's like, I'm gonna whoop some ass. I'm honestly fascinated by her coordination. Tosaka drops to the ground right after the 1-inch punch. Putting both hands on the ground, she crouches down to Castor's knees. To Castor, who has no hand-to-hand combat knowledge, it must look like Tosaka disappeared. Then she executes a foot sweep. Yep, classic. Nice. Get her to the ground. Her kick using her entire body is explosive, as if trying to kick off Castor's legs. Oh my god, that was so cute. Ah! Castor's feet are swept beneath her and lands on her back. Dude, but it doesn't stop. After the sweep, Tosaka stands up with her back turned to Castor, uses the turning momentum to jab Castor with an elbow. Tosaka stops her turning and throws a straight punch at Castor, putting her weight into it. What the fuck? This is so stupid. I love it. Castor's body is blown away. Taking Tosaka's straight punch directly, Castor is slammed into the wall like me. Dude, that shot. That's a crazy shot of her. Leaning against the wall, Castor pants dizzily. There is distance between them. Tosaka kicks the ground to cover the few meters between them. The match is settled. Castor cannot move and her wound seems fatal. The battle only lasted for a few seconds. The match is settled within a 5-second interval after I was smashed in the wall when confronting Kazuki. Castor has no energy left to fight back. Kosaka closes in on Castor with saber-like speed and delivers the finishing blow. Do we get a Kazuki stop? Strengthening for just a few seconds using Magecraft. Tosaka intended to fight Castor close combat from the start. She just needed the opening. Castor only saw Tosaka as a mage. She acted like she was at a disadvantage so that she could use that opening to achieve her one-time surprise attack. And the plan worked. Castor was deceived by Tosaka and completely lost. Tosaka has won this battle. Yes.
そこまでだ、Tosaka.
That's the problem. Yeah, that's what I've been saying is Kazuki. If not for this man's monstrous athleticism. If Tosaka running to Castor was like a hurricane, then his speed is like a storm caused by the devil. There's another devil reference with Kazuki. Tosaka stops. In front of Castor, leaning against the wall, is Soichiro Kazuki, who was just in front of me until now. Tosaka moves. The instant Tosaka feels death and immediately shields her face while jumping back. Kazuki's right fist that blew me away strikes Tosaka's face. Shit. Tosaka guards her face with both hands and jumps back, but she's sent flying. Tosaka is smashed into the wall opposite from me with her arms dangling down as if they are broken. Fuck, we were so close!
勝機を逃したな。4度打ち込んで殺せなかったお前の未熟だ。
Mm-hmm. He says calmly. I love it, just like, yep. But that's not Tosaka's fault. The reason she lost her chance is because of me, yep. If I had stopped Kazuki, Tosaka would have defeated Castor, yep. That is true. This is my responsibility. Our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was lost because of my inexperience in Soichiro Kazuki's superior hand-to-hand combat skills. Castor's regained her consciousness. With Kazuki by her side, she extends her awareness to the entire church. It was all for naught. Ambushes won't work on Castor anymore. Tosaka barely has any strength left, and I only have 2 swords left. This is bad. If they use her to attack us in this state, we won't be able to see the light of day ever again. I don't even know if they need that.
感謝しますわ、マスター。あなたがいなければ、あのまま倒されていました。
世辞はいい。
今はセーバーを起こせ。甘く見ていい相手ではなさそうだ。
Yep. Yep.
ええ、的確な判断ですわ、マスター。
Yeah, there is that. Castor raises her hand and points at her on the altar. She is visibly bound by magical curses. I love that. Her and she with quotes. Just as Castor is about to set her free.
ああ。それがあと数秒ほど早ければな。
The sound came from above. I could hear the whisper coming from the stairs above me. Yeah, we know that voice. Castor was the first one that noticed something was wrong. Kazuki can't tell. Why? Because Kazuki can't detect traces of magical energy. Castor is on the move. Countless amount of swords can be seen, floating above Castor's master. Holy shit. Above Soichiro Kazuki. Holy shit.
総一郎。
Perhaps Castor understood that she wouldn't be able to block the attack. She now stands in front of her master, trying to shield him from the assault. I was certain that the voice above me uttered such words. What the actual fuck? Trace on, huh? How about that? What the actual fuck? It's projection. What on earth? It's projection. What the hell? How? The room is now silent. The floating swords turn their gaze upon a single target on the floor and rain down upon them, piercing them. The swords vanish after they have cut through flesh and bone, leaving behind only traces of crimson. Yo. Kazuki Castor, rest in fucking peace. Jesus Christ. She chose to be a shield. Dragging her bloodied body, the woman looks back to the man she tried to protect. Kazuki says nothing, while his servant stands in front of him with countless piercing wounds. Maybe she feels she doesn't have to hide it anymore. Taking down her hood, the woman shows her real face and slowly approaches her master. Give me a graphic, please. Well, that's not what I was expecting. Her body is crumbling. At the brink of her death, the woman looks up upon her emotionless master. She gently caresses the man's face with her hand. Yo, holy shit!
無事ですか、マスター。
Holy shit, that's a shot! That is incredible. Her breath getting shallower with each fading second. Kazuki shows no changes. He simply utters a short confirmation, and he does not even bother to turn his gaze on
よ
Castor.
かった。あなたに死なれては困ります。
This is fine. Wait. The woman lets out a smile, realizing that perhaps she's content because of this man.
でも残念です。やっと望みが見つかったのに。
Funny how that works. The woman's hand drops down from the man's face. Castor's body starts to disintegrate from her feet.
悲嘆することはない。お前の望みは私が代わりに果たすだけだ。
Holy shit. Dude, this is my fucking love story. Holy shit, dude. I am like so in this. I love all of this so much. His simple and straight answer makes her smile. She smiles and looks at him like she's staring into a fading dream, because that's what it was.
それはダメでしょうね。だって私の望みはさっきまで叶っていたんですから。
God damn. God damn. Oh, that was so cool. The Great Witch fades away as she falls to her eternal slumber. Oh my god, that was incredible. Her purple robe falls to the ground. Without its owner, the robe also follows its master and fades into the wind. Not spending a moment looking at Castor, Kazuki had turned his attention to that guy. To the guy probably standing above me. To the white wearing a red cloak. Yep. My head hurts. It's not from the burden of projecting too many weapons. It's that chant. The chant that came out of that guy's mouth is attacking my brain with a constant feeling of nausea. Yep. Trace on. Yep. I'm certain that's what he said. I keep telling myself it's not possible for him to whisper those words, but without a doubt he uttered those exact words. Archer walks down into the church. Tosaka stares at Archer and is probably still doubting her own eyes.
あーちゃ、もしかしたらって思ってたけど、そういうこと？
The funny thing is, she could actually be questioning a couple different things here. Archer is not saying a word. He focuses his sight solely on his enemy, Kazuki.
獅子心中の虫か。
Yep.
初めからこれを狙っていたな。アーチャー。
ああ。だが、どちらかといえば、トロイの木馬だろう。
Yeah, there's a lot of Greek mythology.
倒すべきがギリシャの英傑。例え話としては、そちらの方がふさわしい。
That's funny. Archer betrayed Castor right in front of her master, yet he shows no traces of regret facing the same man.
そうか。お前のような男を引き込んだキャスターの落ち度だったな。
Even with the traitor standing in front of him, Kazuki shows no changes in his tone. Like, I'm so curious what they're gonna do with Kazuki here. Like, are they gonna kill... Like, what's gonna happen with Kazuki? I'm so curious. He still has fight left in him. He's not a mage, and he's lost Castor, but Kazuki still has the will to keep this fight going. He resumes his combat stance. Without Castor, Kazuki's combat ability should have decreased drastically. Even if he's still the same dangerous Viper, Castor's boon that turned his fist to steel should have been gone by now. Despite that, Kazuki still decides to face Archer.
そうか。続けるというのなら、止めはしない。
Holy shit. Archer takes up his swords. There are unseen sparks between them. The battle is set to begin. Is that really for the best? Kazuki said he's not interested in the Holy Grail. He was simply here to accompany Castor, truly a master in name only. If that's the case, there shouldn't be any more reasons for Kazuki to keep fighting now that Castor is gone. Not necessarily.
待て、どうして続けるんだクズキ。あんたはキャスターの言いなりになってただけだろう。キャスターはもういないんだから戦う理由はないはずだ。
My head hurts so much that my consciousness is fading, but I'm fixing my sights on the both of them. Kazuki closes his eyes for but a brief moment and answers.
そうだ。戦う理由などない。お前と同じく、私は聖杯などに興味はなかったからな。
Mm-hmm.
なら。
だが、これは私が始めたことだ。それを途中でやめることなどできない。
And that's also a very, like, I feel like that's also a very Shiro thing to say, to be fair. It's simple. His answer is plain and simple. The fight begins. This battle between them will probably end in a single encounter. Even if Kazuki possesses martial arts and skills beyond that of a simple human, his opponent is a servant. Simply being better than normal humans is not enough. This fight is just an excuse to tighten up a loose end. This is the fate of the loser. A fight between the two masters is always going to be kill or be killed, so what's going to happen to Kazuki is to be expected. If one is going to have a problem with this, then don't ever step into this war. Even so... Oh, man, we actually have a choice here. If I can stop them, why shouldn't I try? There's a way for him to be saved. There's a way to resolve this without killing. Is it so wrong to wish for it? To be fair, he's not a good person, but this feels like the Shiro answer. I don't mind being called naive, and I know I'm a hypocrite. To a master, defeating your opponent means killing them. They're all aware of this fact before getting themselves involved this far. They chose to fight knowing they will have to kill or be killed trying. I know how much of a coward I am for wanting to step in and stop them from fighting. And yet, if I had already decided to fight for someone, to help someone, that I can't afford to lose a life when that life can be spared.
やめろ。勝負はついた。これ以上は。
I tried to stop them while enduring my headache. In that moment, Kazuki makes his move. Maybe my move gave him an opening. Kazuki shortens the distance between him and Archer in an instant and strikes right between his eyes. What the fuck? A strike that would have shattered anyone's skull, yet Archer decided not to dodge the deadly attack. A sound can be heard as the attack makes contact with Archer's head. What the fuck? The Red Knight chose to withstand Kazuki's strike and used the opportunity to pierce through Kazuki's chest. Jesus. Holy shit. What did we get there? Did we get something with her? I don't remember Argon coin, to be fair. Very valuable. Can summon dragons, but caster does not have the ability to summon mythical beasts. Interesting. Anything here? Yeah, we still just don't have the information about Baro. There's only silence. No one could utter a sound. Even I am at a loss for words. Soichiro Kazuki is dead. He died on the path he chose, like a ghost who left behind no words of longing, nor feelings of regret or hope. My head hurts. I'm not sure if it's because my stressed magic circuit is pressing against my nerves, or because I can't forgive Archer for killing Kazuki without even batting an eye, or because I'm mad at myself for being utterly powerless to oppose. Without knowing the cause, the sharp pain in my head gets even sharper. Yikes. I turn my head towards the sound. With caster gone, the binding curses should be undone. In front of the altar at the back of the church, Saber hits the floor. Oh, she's waking up! That's awesome. Still lying on the floor, Saber's breathing is labored and in pain. Seeing her like this makes me forget about my headache.
Saber!
Yep. That's the thing you really care about, right? I rush towards her. I'm annoyed that even the few meters between me and her feel so far away. There she is! Weird to see her in the dress. She looks good in the dress. It's a pretty dress. I like the simplicity, but there's a little design action. Looks good. Saber looks up. Seeing me running towards her, Saber lets out a sigh of relief. She suddenly tackles me and sends me flying. A sudden blow from the side. I was knocked down without resisting. My body is sent flying and bounces hard against the floor. My back lands first on the floor. I am still confused by what just happened, but just as I look up, in that moment, I hear the sound of metal clashing again. Oh damn, she's already in her gear too. That's crazy. What I see is Saber armoring up, and right in front of her on the ground where I had stood, there are multiple swords piercing the floor.
外したか
Of course. He went for the kill. Of course he did. I love him. God, he's such an asshole. It's him. He lets out a sound of disappointment as he keeps his sight on Saber. I love how shocked Rin looks. Not even able to stand upright, Saber glares at Archer. I was gonna say, Saber's short, but she's not that short. I don't have to guess the reason. He fired his sword and tried to kill me from behind my back. Saber noticed what he was trying to do and instantly covered for me. Tosaka stands there looking at him dumbfounded while Saber wields her sword as she's gasping for breath. Even if their positions are different, they harbor the same question. Now that Castor is defeated, why is Archer trying to kill Emiyashiro? Because he wants to win. He's still trying to win. And he is afraid that she's never going to do it. Only Archer and I stood unfazed by the interaction, of course. That's right. I'm not surprised at what just happened. We have despised each other from the very beginning. This is so crazy. We have stood against each other knowing we will never get along. We both reject each other's existence, not even knowing why. Why? The reason behind why we must reject each other? If it's really what I think it is, of course he would want to kill me. Well, yeah, you have a little bit of a hint at that. I tried to stand up after being knocked to the floor. Saber was pretty desperate. She probably charged into me without being able to hold back. Because of that, she could barely catch her breath. That's why I must stand up. If the Saber I knew were to tackle me, it wouldn't be this weak. Right now, she barely has enough strength to even face me. If she's to go up against Archer in that body of hers, it would be no different than suicide. She was gonna go for the kill. Tosaka approaches Archer. Of course she's confused. Archer only sided with Castor so he could betray her at the end and kill her. Now that he's succeeded, there's no reason for Archer to attack me. I mean, you're still not his master anymore. Even if that was the plan, you guys don't have a contract, because... Yep. 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 Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. He's not wrong. God. Tosaka looks upon Archer like she still can't believe what she's just heard, but then a sudden realization hits her.
私は私の目的のためだけに行動する。だが、そこにお前がいてはいささか面倒だ。
Huh. Tosaka jumps back. She distances herself from Archer and starts running towards me while I'm still trying to stand up. Oh god, oh god, what the hell? But Tosaka was not able to do that. A storm of swords 2 meters tall is raining down. The swords come down in a circular pattern, stabbing the floor to create a cage. Okay, he didn't kill her. A circular cage with barely enough space for a single human. The instant the cage is formed, Tosaka is trapped in the middle of it.
ここまで来て邪魔はさせん。契約が切れた今、お前にかけられたレイジの縛りも存在しない。
Sure.
キャスターについた理由はそれだけだ。あのレイジを無効にするためには、契約を破棄せねばならなかったからな。
That actually makes a lot of sense given his character. Archer starts walking, turning his back on Tosaka, who's now trapped in a cage of swords. He's not walking towards Saber, but towards me, while I still have my knee on the floor.
やっぱりなんでよアーチャー、あんたまだシロを殺すつもりなの？
そう。自らの手でエミやシロを殺す。
Yep.
それだけが守護者となり果てた俺のただ一つの願望だ。
How about that?
何？
That's his desire, his wish. Strength is returning to Saber's body. She collects her thoughts, focuses her strength, and shifts herself between Archer and myself.
アーチャー、あなたはまさか。
そうだ。いつか言っていたな、セイバー。俺には英雄としての誇りがないのかと。
Yeah, that's been coming up a lot lately. That Lancer was saying something similar.
無論だ。そんなものがあるはずがない。この身を埋めているのは後悔だけだよ。俺はね、セイバー。英雄になどならなければよかったんだ。
What the fuck? There's no shot. There's no shot. There's no fucking shot. There's no fucking shot. Right? There's no shot, right? Because we know that the Holy Grail, like, transcends, like, time and space, and, like, it's, like, you know, the Holy Grail War, like, could pull a servant from any point in their history. There's no shot, right? I mean, he doesn't look anything like him. But there's no shot. There's no shot this is Shiro. What the fuck? Saber's will to fight is leaving her body. Maybe she has suddenly understood something. Whatever it may be, she no longer has any animosity towards Archer. It's... What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Weak magic resistance. Vision. Practice and training, huh? What the fuck? There's no shot. There's no shot. I'm fucking...
そういうことだ。聞いているがいい、騎士を。マスターがいない身で無茶をすれば、すぐに消えるぞ。
It's true. Both of them are masterless right now.
もはやエミやシローにはマスターの資格がない。肩入れしたところで
Interesting.
君の望みには届かない。
Interesting.
それはできない。マスターで亡くなったとしても契約は消えない。彼を守り、剣になると誓った。
Why, like, what he said has, like, affected Saber in a way that she's, like, she no longer holds animosity towards archers. So she understands that, like, I don't know how else I am supposed to interpret this.
聖杯戦争など知らなかった彼は、それでも私の一方的な誓いに応えてくれた。その信頼を裏切ることなどできない。
And that would explain how he know. My head's gonna start hurting. Even just thinking about that. There's no shot. There's no shot. There's no shot. She holds up her invisible sword, but the brave and gallant knight is nowhere to be seen.
そうか。ならば、偽りの主ともども、ここで消えろ。
Holy shit. And there's the swords. Swords appear in Archer's hand. Very cool. She's got her invisible air. What? Saber can't even withstand Archer's attack as she is right now. I stand up and try to reach out for Saber. Maybe she's trying to stay away from my reach. Saber focuses all her strength to her feet and rushes towards Archer. I'm not gonna go much longer, and I don't know if this day is ever gonna end. I don't know what's even happening anymore. But the fight is over after a few rounds of trading blows. The old Saber would have undoubtedly overpowered Archer, but now she could barely swing her sword for seconds before she's down on her knees. Saber doesn't even have a sword in her hand anymore. In effort to resist Castor's curse, she used up all of her magical energy. For Saber now, even taking an air is an effort. She's facing down, all fours on the floor, and trying her hardest just to maintain her existence. Archer raises his arms. He swings his swords down upon the defenseless Saber. I rush in and muster up all my strength to block Archer's attack. I hold up my two swords. With the weapons I instantly projected in my hand, I fix my sight on the Red Knight.
あとしばらくはおとなしくしていると思ったがな。さすがに目の前で女が殺されるのは
He really can't. He really can't.
うるさい。お前が殺したがってるのは俺だろう。なら、相手を間違えるな。
The two of us continue to face off with each other. We both hold twin swords in our hands. Even though our stature may differ, our stance is absolutely identical.
人真似もそこまで行けば本物だ。だが、お前の体はその魔術講師に耐えられるかな。
If you mimic someone long enough, eventually no one can tell you apart. How about that? A clear mockery. But like he said, I'm at my limit. My headache won't stop, and my accelerated magic circuits are at their limit because of my repeated projection. In my current state, if I continue to trade blows with him while maintaining the swords, my brain will explode before he cuts me down.
前に忠告したな。お前に投影は扱えないと。分不相応の魔術は身を滅ぼす。お前をここまで生かしてきた奇跡の代償。ここで支払うことになったな。エミヤシロ。
Regardless of his identity, he is like the king of projection. That is totally what he's doing. That is his thing. Archer is charging towards me. At that moment, I meet Archer's swords with my own with such intensity as if it will make me forget about my headache. Yep. I swing my weapons. My movement is simply a mimicry of my opponent's. My swords are borrowed, so is the skill to wield them. That's why there's no way I can match him. Even if I'm at my peak condition, I'm not able to defeat him. A fake can come close to the real thing, but it will never surpass it. That's why I didn't have a chance to stand up to this man from the beginning. He told me to drown holding on to my ideals. He also told me my life was a lie. I couldn't say anything to him because he was my ideal. The power to realize the impossible. A man who became a heroic spirit after saving so many others. I am the one who wished to become like... Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. I am the one who wished to become like that. Keyword wished. Bro, what is happening? That's why I can't win. The man standing in front of me is one who has reached the end of my ideal. Are they really doing this? If this man is truly the same person who wanted to become stronger to save others, the embodiment of Emi Yashiro's ideals. The sword shattered. While I was able to block his attack, I lost my swords in the process. My consciousness is fading. My body is uninjured, but what's inside of my body is bleeding, slowly withering away.
納得がいったか。それがエミヤシロウの限界だ。無理を積み重ねてきたお前にはふさわしい幕切れだろう。
God, the fact that they still haven't revealed it, honestly, is crazy. There's no shot. I can't shake it, but, like, there's no way that's what this actually is, but, like, I can't shake that idea now. He raises his sword. Just when I try to discern which side the sword is going to cut down from with my fading consciousness. What is happening? Why is the freaking title song playing? What is happening? Heed my words, my will creates your body, and your sword creates my destiny. If you heed the Grail's call and obey my will and reason. Tosaka's dignified voice echoes in the church. Maybe he was distracted by that. The sword strike loses its momentum, if that's the case. Even in my current body, I can dodge that attack. I rolled away on the floor to create some distance. Archer clicks his tongue. He doesn't go after me and looks at Saber on the floor. Oh. Then answer me, and thus I shall place my fate by your sword. Tosaka is reaching her hand out to Saber. She's making a contract with Saber. Responding to her call, Saber rushes to Tosaka with all her strength. Yo! The dream team! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, this is the thing. This is the thing. This is the thing. This is the thing I wanted. Oh my god. Oh my god! This is the contract that should have happened. Saber is finally able to get the master she deserves. Oh my god. Oh my god. Rin contracts Saber. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm saving this. What in the world is happening? I'll see you all real soon. But I'm actually at a loss for how good this is. But I'm genuinely, like, it's so weird because of the Lancer part, and there's Gilgamesh is still in this, but, like, I will see you guys in a second because I do need a second. I can't end the episode here, but I need a second both to think about everything. Because what the hell is this? What the hell is this route? But also, what even is just going on? I need a second. I'm actually going to cut here. I'm not done with this episode, but I'm going to cut here. This episode's going to probably be long as balls, which will make up for the short next one, but, oh, I'll see you in a sec. Oh, man. I ate some food and thought about all this nonsense for a little while, and I'm back at it. Again, I don't know how much more of this episode we have, but they are playing this damn theme. The damn title theme. This is so sick. I swear I've talked about this in videos about how badly I want to see a timeline in which Rin becomes Saber's master. The fact that it's actually happening is so freaking peak. Winds gather and whirl around Saber. Perhaps it's because she's gotten her real power back now that she has a proper master. The Saber facing Archer now is not the same person as before. Yeah, this is the full power of the King of Knights. Yep. I'm not the only one stunned by this sight. Even Archer is enchanted by what's happening. A surge of magical energy and a set of armor that's impervious to damage. Dude, we're actually gonna get full power Saber versus Gilgamesh in this route too. I'm thinking about that too. That like after all this, there's more. That enormous magical energy, which is enough to overwhelm anyone, is truly infinite. That is Saber. All caps, baby. The heroic spirit of the sword that is said to be the most powerful of servants.
もとよりリンと再契約させるつもりだったが、いささか手順が違ってきたか。
Maybe he can't spare any effort on me anymore, but Archer is only focusing on Saber.
それでどうするセイバー。リンと契約した以上、君は本当にエミやシロとは無関係になったわけだが。
Yeah, the problem is Rin. Even if that was true, Rin obviously wants to protect Shiro.
言ったはずです、アーチャー。素人の誓いはなくならないと。
Yep. Saber says with determination. Yeah, all he did, yeah, her oath with Shiro stands. All she did was pledge her sword to Rin. She didn't say anything about backing away from Shiro. Irritated by her words, Archer grips his swords.
あなたこそどうするのです、アーチャー。あなたがシロを手にかけるというのなら、私は全力でそれを阻む。考え直すのなら今のうちです。今の私を相手にして勝機があるとは思わないでしょう。
Yep. Yep. Saber's words are true. Saber in her condition now could go against Berserker one-on-one and still walk away victorious. It doesn't matter who Archer is, he can't win against Saber. He understands that better than anyone, yet...
たかだか魔力が戻った程度で、よくもそこまで強気になる。
Not letting her respond, Archer charges at Saber. Holy shit, we're really doing this. Swords clash. A bolt of crimson rushes through Saber and Archer swings with all of his might. Saber blocks that attack without even flinching. Their difference in stature and even Archer's sudden burst of speed make no difference. Saber parries Archer's attack with ease. Yet Archer is the one who falls back despite being on the offense. A single strike with utmost power and precision. Not only was it blocked, he even lost his balance in the process. Archer falls back without hesitation. Seeing an opening, Saber attacks Archer with a fierce onslaught. There's nothing Archer can do other than block Saber's attacks. If he tries to counter, Saber's sword will split his skull in that opening. No, he doesn't even have the spare effort to think about countering. The only resistance allowed for Archer is blocking Saber's attack until he runs out of strength. Even then, that won't last long. The magical energy imbued in Saber's sword is chipping away at Kansho and Bakuya. The twin swords can't stand any more of Saber's attacks, nor does Archer have much strength left. The end came sooner than expected. Not able to withstand Saber's assault, Archer falls down on his knee. Saber stops for a short moment, then swings down her sword. That decisive strike, Archer stopped it with the cross formed by his swords. The fight ends there. While Archer did stop Saber's attack, he can't move another inch. If he lets go even an ounce of his strength, Saber's sword will cut him in half from the skull down. That's brutal. Pouring all his strength into his arms, Archer stops Saber's strike. Sweat is dripping down Archer's forehead as he's gasping for breath. In contrast, Saber is calm and collected. In close-range combat, it's impossible for an Archer-class servant to win against a Saber-class servant. I mean, Saber is, in theory, the strongest in general. Like, those are supposed to be the strongest servants. Like, it is kind of ordered. Like, the servant tree is kind of ordered, in a way. Berserker at the bottom, because Berserker is like a wild card, but generally speaking, because, I mean, from what I understand, Saber is obviously supposed to be the strongest. Lancer seems like, I mean, just based on the Lancer we have, he's obviously incredibly strong. Archer's been very powerful, but then it kind of, I think there's a, like, Saber and Lancer, and then it feels like it starts to drop, because Ryder's not as powerful, Caster isn't as powerful. We still don't even really know a ton about Assassin, and then obviously Berserker's a wild card.
ここまでです、アーチャー。先ほど私の身を案じていましたが、それはあなたにも言えることだ。キャスターを倒すためにあれだけの宝具を使った今、魔力は残り少ないはずです。加えて、この世に留まるためのマスターもいない。魔力の供給もままならない。今のあなたに何ができる？
It's a good point.
それこそ余計な世話だ、セイバー。アーチャーのサーバントにはマスターがおらずとも単独で存在する能力がある。マスターを失ったとしても2日は存命できよう。それだけあればあの小僧を仕留めるには十分だ。
Yeah, and this does come up on both of their skills. Where is it? Independent action B. Yep, and it says right there, and then I think he has independent action A+. Yeah.
バカな。まだそんなことを言うのですか。あなたの望みは聖杯ではなく、
Yeah.
白を殺すこと
He's
だ。
never wanted the Grail. Now he respects Rin enough to want to help her, but he himself doesn't want the Grail. Archer didn't respond. His cold eyes simply stare at the baffled and troubled Saber.
なんということを。アーチャー、あなたの望みは間違っている。
I'm so curious what the explanation is. It's... I think the explanation they're going to give us is that Archer sees himself in Shiro, and he doesn't want Shiro to become like him. Because there's no way it's the other thing that I was talking about earlier. But I feel like that's got to be what it is, but still.
なぜそのような結末を望むのですか。そんなことをしてもあなたは。
You won't be saved. Saber bites down on her lips before she could finish her sentence.
間違えているか。
Archer puts more strength into his arms. He stares back at Saber.
それはこちらのセリフだ、セイバー。君こそいつまで間違った望みを抱いている。
And this goes back to the end of the Fate route, that she recognizes the fact that she recognizes that's something that, yeah, we kind of get through to her at the end of the Fate route. A brief moment of sadness flickers in Archer's eyes as he asks Saber, and that's the thing! Archer cares about Saber. That's why I was wondering if he was somehow gonna be a Knight of the Round Table or someone with a direct connection to Saber, but like I said, him being Shiro, weirdly enough, almost fits more, but I just don't even understand, like, it just doesn't make, like, there's no shot, but I can't, like, now I really need them to just reveal who he is, because now it's actually driving me crazy. In a way, it didn't drive me crazy before, because now we're actually close to the reveal, clearly, and it's bothering me, because it's like, what is happening? I need to see this. Dude, I don't think I've been, like, this is, like, we talk about reveal. The reveal of Archer's true name is going to be one of, like, the biggest, like, reveals for me, I think, in any series I've ever done on the channel. Like, I am so invested, and it's going to probably be some, like, historical figure that I'm not familiar with, but either way, just learning the story of Archer is something I need to know so badly.
Archer.
Saber's grip on her sword weakens. And he used that opportunity to go for it, or go for us. Archer seizes the opportunity to free himself and uses the opening to kick Saber off. Saber was sent backward from that kick, but she lands with grace. The situation doesn't change from a minute ago. A stalemate between Saber, who is protecting me, and Archer, who has his back turned to the caged Tosaka. The distance between the two is extended to about 5 meters.
分かりきっていたことだが、やはり剣技では及ばぬか。
The swords in his hands disappear, and he faces Saber empty-handed. It's got to be your noble phantasm, which, again, is not that damn shield.
アーチャー、剣を捨てたということは、戦いを収める気に。
No, he's going to use his noble phantasm.
まさか。君こそ思い違いはよせ。俺はアーチャーだぞ。もとより、剣で戦うものではない。
Funny that. After saying that.
I'm the bone of my sword.
There it is again. I am the bone of my sword. In a whisper, Archer starts with the incantation. The fact that that's a spell, seemingly a spell, is crazy.
やめろ、アーチャー。私は、あなたとは。
セイバー、いつかお前を解き放つ者が現れる。
Someone, huh?
それは今回ではないようだが、
Huh.
おそらくは次もお前と関わるのは私なのだろうよ。
But I'm sure I will be part of it the next time you are involved. Is this literally a reference to the Fate route? That's crazy. Well, the implications of this are so fucky too, because there's like a lot of weird space-time implications here, and like the way the servants work is weird enough.
Unknown to death, unknown to life.
Yeah, he's gonna say unlimited blade works. He's gonna say it. It's gotta be. The incantation echoes in the church. Nothing changes in the surrounding. An incantation that long will most certainly affect the environment. Magecraft is something that works by exerting influence on the world itself. However, his incantation doesn't do it, but...
だが、それはあくまで次の話。今の俺の目的は、エミやシロを殺すことだけだ。
What's crazy is there is a real chance. I don't think it's gonna happen, but there is a real chance. Like, I'd give a 10% chance Emi is gonna die here and the game's actually gonna continue. Now that we have the setup with Rin as Saber's master, if they were ever gonna kill him before the end of one of these routes, it probably would be now.
それを阻むのならば、この世界は、お前が相手でも容赦はせん。
Then this world I'm creating won't hold back on destroying you. I'm assuming it's going to be unlimited blade works, and then what's crazy is despite that I don't know if it's going to be enough to stop Excalibur with a full-powered saber. Problem is, we're in the fucking church. This church is going to be gone, among other things. He raises his left arm. Does that mean he's completing his incantation?
Unlimited blade works.
There it is! Oh man, it's so silly that he says it in English. That's crazy. With a clear phrase, he starts to exert his influence on the world. What the fuck? Flames erupting? Okay, I wasn't expecting that. The flames trace across the floor as if drawing a line. Does that mean the flames are creating a boundary around the church? The bright luminescence generated by the flame envelops the church. In an instant, the church was replaced by a strange landscape. What? Oh my god, it's literally the world of swords that he's seen in the dreams. We're here. Oh, that's so sick. He literally, it creates the world of the Unlimited Blade Works. My headache is overpowering my thoughts. I can understand. I can understand this magecraft, this bizarre scenery. It shouldn't be possible for me to understand, but I was able to decipher what is happening in front of my eyes naturally. He's projecting an entire world, isn't he? And that fact is hurting my head more than anything. I think that's what it is. This is projection, right? He's projecting an entire fucking world. To sum it up in one word, this is a forge. Burning flames and rotating gears in the sky. Swords with no wielders are scattered across this wasteland. Every blade across the wasteland is landscape is a famed sword. Even the kasho and bakuya he uses were weaved from this world. A seemingly infinite projection of weapons. The writing of this game is unbelievable sometimes. Oh my god, my chills are back. The countless weapons make this place look like a junkyard. And standing in the middle of this wasted kingdom is the Red Knight. Oh my god. I mean, dude, what is that? A sound effect? Do you hear that sound effect? What the hell? Okay, it is like the remixed version. Okay. What is this? There is obvious confusion in Saber's voice. Standing in the cold, phantom flame, she looks at the Red Knight, bewildered. Oh, what a line.
こういう結界
Reality marble.
心象世界を具現化して現実を侵食する大禁獣
We learned about this. We learned about this in the Fate route.
つまりあんたは剣士でもなければ騎兵でもなくて
He's a mage.
そう生前英霊となる前は魔術師だったということだ
Yep. Tosaka speaks calmly. Does that mean she already knew? Maybe she has already discerned Archer's identity?
ではアーチャーあなたの宝具は
そんなものはない
I mean, that lines up, that tracks.
私は聖剣も魔剣も持ってなどいなかったからな俺が持ち得るのは
So I
こ
mean,
の世界だけだ
technically he doesn't have a noble phantasm, but this is, Unlimited Blade Works is essentially his noble phantasm.
宝具が英霊のシンボルだというのならこの魔術こそが
Sure,
俺の宝具
that makes sense.
武器であるのならばオリジナルを見るだけで複製し貯蔵するそれが俺の英霊としての能力だ
It's so interesting how the two original archers have powers that are very different in, like, their powers are very different in actuality, but in concept and like practice, they're actually quite similar. It's very interesting what Nazu did there. Saber can't believe what she's heard. She looks around bewildered, seeing only swords in this wasteland. Swords that feel no different than unmarked gravestones, which I'm sure is something that Saber can... I don't know if relate to is the right word, but like I said, it does feel reminiscent of like the landscape of like Saber's final battle and stuff, but with swords and gears. It's like, when I see gears, I just think of Steins Gate, which is ironic because I'm playing a visual novel, but I've never actually played that visual novel. I've only seen the anime. Funny how these things work, but you know, sooner or later I'll get to that. But and then the swords makes me think of Saber, ironically. So yeah, this is a crazy visual though. This place filled with wasteland and iron, covered by a lonely gray sky.
これがあなたの世界だというのかアーチャー
Yep.
そうだ試してみても構わんぞセイバーお前の聖剣確実に複製してみせよ
What the fuck?
私の聖剣 その正体を知って言うのか、アーチャー。
Oh yeah. Oh, he's known.
もちろんあれほどのものになると完全な複製はできぬが真に迫ることはできる。
It's so weird. It's so weird. Like it's so cool how like in the Fate route, right? Like the way they link Saber and Shiro together and just how well it fits. And it's crazy that they did it again in Unlimited Blade Works with Archer and Shiro. It's wild. It makes me think there's no shot they could do it a third time with another servant. But I just don't know. I mean, the only one, like, at that point, it would almost have to be Ryder, because we basically know, I think we know, at this point, I think we know too much about every other servant. Dude! Oh! I'm gonna nut. Oh. Clicking on Saber and saying Master Rin Tosaka is crazy. But, like, yeah, Lancer, Archer, we don't know much about Ryder. She's gotta be a big part of Heaven's Feel. We've learned a lot about Castor in this route. We still kind of don't know a ton about Assassin, but I think we know all that's relevant. I feel like he's the least important, honestly. I mean, who knows? Maybe he'll have a big part in Heaven's Feel, but I just feel like he's the least important of the ones in this game. We know a lot about Berserker, and I feel like, you know, we know a lot about Gilgamesh. I feel like Ryder's the one that we just don't know that much about, despite even seeing a Noble Phantasm attack from her in the Fate route.
となればどうなる？聖剣同士が衝突した時周りの人間は生きていられるかな？
Jesus.
アーチャー、あなたは。
He's that determined to kill us.
そういうことだ。間違っても聖剣を使うな、セイバー。使えば俺も抵抗せざるを得ない。
That's a crazy threat.
その場合消えるのは我々ではなく周りの人間だ。お前のことだ。自身を犠牲にしてもそこの小僧を守るだろう。俺とて聖剣など投影しては自滅する。となれば生き残るのは一人だけ。それではあまりにも意味がない。
Funny that. It's almost like a mutually assured destruction kind of thing. Archer raises his left arm. At the signal, swords start to levitate behind him.
抵抗はするな。運が良ければ即死することもない。ことが済んだ後、お前のマスターに癒してもらえ。
But she's still gonna interfere. Archer's finger points at Saber. Countless swords turn and point at Saber. Every single one of those swords is capable of delivering a killing blow.
かわすのもいいが、その場合、背後の男は諦めろ。
Oh, you know she's gonna tank every single one. He gives his command to the swords. Yeah. The infinite amount of swords start their assault. Saber can't afford to move a single inch from her spot. Knowing a single mishap could be fatal, Saber grips the sword in her hand and strikes down each and every sword that rains down.
トレース。
My headache is taking away my ability to think. My magic circuits will only last for one more try. My devastated insides are scorched beyond recognition and on the verge of melting. What are you about to do? But all of that stopped mattering from the moment I saw his world. Next thing I know, I'm focusing my strength and running up next to Saber, fixing my eyes on those annoying swords.
シロ、ダメだ、早く。
Who cares? If my eyes can't keep up with the flurry of swords, then what I need to do now is let my senses take over and analyze them. Is he about to fucking summon all... Is he about to, like, summon all of the same swords that are coming down, and then they're just gonna, like, hit into each other and just fall to the ground? There's no shot. Even if my head can't process any faster, I'm still pushing it beyond its limit. There's no shot. What the hell? The next wave of swords is coming. It feels as if the hammer of a gun knocks down on the back of my head.
ふざけ。
I reach out my left arm. He's about to do Unlimited Blade Works. I don't have a shred of doubt. I copied so many until now. If the logic and the method behind what I did was correct, then there's no way I can't copy the flurry of swords before me. Yeah, because it's just projection. What in the fuck did you just do? Fragments shatter around us. Yeah, it was reality. It was literally a reality marble. Yeah, when I opened my eyes, his reality marble, or whatever it's called, was gone. Yeah, we learned about this in the Fate route. Or it might not have even been the Fate route. It might have actually been the prologue. I don't remember actually. Yeah, we might have actually learned this in the prologue, but we learned about the reality marbles and, like, yeah, all shit like that. Like some of the really, like, crazy sorcery and, like, magecraft and all that bullshit. What remains are the scattered fragments of swords and... a hellish feeling of nausea that makes me gag as if I'm about to throw up my own organs. He stares at me with an animosity. Archer grabbed Tosaka out of her cage of swords and restrained her. Tosaka violently moves her body, trying to get away from Archer's grasp. I don't know what he's done, but Archer put his hand on the back of Tosaka's neck and her consciousness is gone. He doesn't want her to see what happens next. Oh. After that, he decides to leave the church. He holds Tosaka in his arms as he leaps up the stairs that lead to the ground above. So he's taking her.
これ以上邪魔の入らないところだ。俺は今ので魔力切れだしな。お前に守られた小僧を仕留めるだけの力はない。
Sure.
リンを連れて行くのは人質ですか？
いや、交換条件だ。これが俺の手元にある限り、そこの小僧は俺を追わざるを得まい。
That part's true.
加えて、リンはお前のマスターになった。いかにお前が小僧を守ろうと。
Yep.
マスターの命には変えられまい。
And Saber has always deeply respected Tosaka, regardless of what you think. Saber would very honorably and willingly call Rin her master. Like, circumstances aside, I am trying to fight this nausea, trying hard to hold on so I don't pass out. I respond to this nonsense, to his nonsense. And then, exhausted, I tell him without even looking at him.
何？
だから郊外の森だ。そこに使われていない城がある。あそこなら誰にも迷惑はかからない。
We're going back to Ilya's castle.
城。
俺に文句があるんだろう。いいぜ、聞いてやる。言いたいことがあるのはこっちだって同じなんだ。
Holy shit. I am fading in and out of my consciousness. Despite the nauseating sickness, I told him as much.
郊外の森。そうか。アインツベルンの城があったな。
Yep.
確かに。あの城ならば邪魔入るまい。
Yep.
いい覚悟じゃないか、エミヤシロ。
うるさい。そんなことより。
Not really what matters, right? I don't want to hear his flattery. If I have to listen to any more of it, my innards might burst out of my body from the unbearable pain.
それまで遠坂に手を出してみろ。
Holy fuck.
その時はセイバーの手を借りてでもお前を殺してやる。
Sharp pain attacks me. I warn him in rage and claw at my head to fight my headache.
よかろう。場所を指定した見返りだ。一日は安全を保証してやる。
Sounds fair enough.
だが急げよ。マスターがいない今、俺とて時間がない。この身は2日と持たぬだろう。
Sure.
その前にお前を殺せないとあらば、腹いせに人質を手にかけかねんからな。
Good God. His annoying laughter lingers in my ear as he leaves. I fell down on my knee before I could see him leave.
シロ、無茶をして いくらあなたでもアーチャーと同じ投影をするのは早すぎます。
Yeah. She holds me as I fall down.
ごめんな、セイバー。遠さが取られちまった。
Yep. I try to stand up while holding my head.
シロ、それはいいのです。リンは無事だ。アーチャーもリンには手を出さないでしょう。
Yeah. No matter how hard he tries, he respects Rin a great deal. For one reason or another. And there's certainly a few possibilities as to why.
それより今はあなたの方が危ない。リンのことは私に任せて、
The
シ
fact
ロは家で休息を取るべきです。
I can't fucking believe that we're actually seemingly gonna end this day and not know who Archer is. I can't believe we didn't get the full reveal of Archer there. We haven't even updated Archer's Noble Phantasm to either say none or unlimited, more likely just say unlimited blade works.
いや、そんな暇は。
You're gonna pass out, bro. Mm-hmm. I feel like passing out as I try to finish that sentence. Damn it. I can't believe this. It seems I don't even have strength left to form words.
話は後で聞きます。今はあなたを家に連れて帰る。いいですね、シロ。
Yeah, I mean, you can't really argue right now. I don't even have time to say anything back. Saber lends me her shoulder as we're walking towards the stairs. The sky is still gray. We leave the now deserted church.
お、ことは済んだみたいだな、坊主。
There, in the clearing in front of us, is the familiar spearman. Saber glares at him while supporting me. She's so tense that she would slash him without hesitation if he took another step.
いや、違うんだ、セイバー。あいつは俺たちの手助けをして
Yeah,
くれた。
it's kind of complicated.
ランサーがシロに協力したというのですか？
Yeah, you and your new master.
なあ、そうだ。できれば今は戦わないで。
Saber stares at Lancer in astonishment. It seems like he's fully enjoying Saber's reaction. Dude, Lancer's the best. I wish we got a little more of Lancer. He's so good.
それはわかりましたが、なぜですランサー？あなたがシローたちに協力するなど何か企みがあるのですか？
あ？なんだ？バカだろお前。今もあるに決まってんじゃねえか。
Wow.
裏で企んでなきゃよその手助けなんかするか。
Based. I knew he was that kind of guy, but he's thorough as he's making fun of Saber as well. Yeah, he's like, he got to make fun of Tosaka, now he gets to mess with Saber.
何がおかしいのです、シロ。
Yeah, he's great.
今笑ってたか。
Yeah, he's like, yeah, you were. And Saber's just pouty.
ええ、笑っていました。どうやら私の思い違いだったようですね。
Oh, get fucked.
笑みがこぼれるほど元気があるのなら、この肩を貸すまでもなかったようですが。
Get wrecked, bro. It's bad, but that made me a bit relieved. Saber is the same as before. Our connection is gone, but she's here just like before. Then, what's there to regret?
悪い、気が緩んだみたいだ。今はそんな場合じゃなかったな。
はい。リンを取り戻すにしても、今は休まなければ。ランサー、何が目的かは知らぬが、もはや用は済んだのだろう。ならばされ。私も、今はあなたとは戦わない。
She declares in a dignified manner and goes down to the clearing.
あ？おい。万事守備よく行ったってわけじゃなさそうだな。何が起きたんだ、ボズ。
A lot
遠
happened.
坂があーちゃんに連れて行かれた。これから取り戻しに行くだけだ。
I bear my dizziness and answer looking into Lancer's eyes.
何？おい待て。それはどういうこと？
Yeah, I think he needs more details. That doesn't really explain much. I'm sorry, but I don't have any energy left. I can't give such a long explanation, so I should go home and...
アーチャーの目的はシロを殺すことです。 そのために私のマスターとなったリンをさらい、交換条件としてシローに一騎打ちを命じました。一日中にアーチャーの元に行かなければリンの安全は保証しないそうです。
I think there's still more context that he might need, but, well, it was helpful of you to explain on my behalf, but there's no point in telling Lancer that, Saber.
やろう。やりやがったな。
Huh. Then he takes off his friendly face and grits his teeth.
ランサ
Yeah?
つまりあれか。あの野郎、一度ならず
あー
お嬢ちゃんを裏切った。
He's pissed off that he just keeps betraying Rin, even though he's also helping her. It's like so weird, dude. Archer's so weird.
ええ、そういうことになりますが、それがどうしたと。
Yeah, despite being an asshole, he's also kind of honorable.
どうしたじゃねえ。くそ。
Oh my god. Oh my god, is Lancer gonna help us? What the fuck?
手助けするのはこれっきりだったがな。もう少し付き合わせろ。このままじゃ寝覚めが悪い。
Lancer spits out and starts walking. Saber stares at Lancer silently. I understand how she feels. Lancer's back looked as if he was telling us that he'll join us.
参った。シローとリンはどういう魔術を使って彼を味方に引き入れたのです。
I know that's such a great response from Saber. What kind of voodoo witchcraft did you two do? And by you two, I mean mostly Rin, because there's no way you convinced him. Saber's voice sounds more shocked than amazed. But unfortunately, I don't have the energy to answer, and my wounds are starting to hurt again. No, first of all, I'm the one who wants to ask that question. Yeah, there is that. Holy shit. Are we gonna make it back to the house? Oh my god, we're interluding now. God, this episode's never going to end. Interluding to Tosaka and Archer, or Archer, I presume. And I recall his dream. The memory of the man who was set up as a hero. The story of a knight whose end came to a place that I can't reach. Alright, back to this. That hill is his world. The desolate wasteland that the man obtained by fighting for others. It sure fucking sounds a lot like, okay, regardless of whether this is literally supposed to somehow be Shiro, that is what they're going for, right? That this is the path. Archer is what Shiro inevitably becomes if he goes down the path that he's going down leading into the events of Fate Stay Night. Like, obviously they're going for that on a metaphorical sense, that like Archer represents Shiro's future. It's just I can't fully decide how literal they are about it. But that's obviously the parallel here. Apparently he died smiling in satisfaction, holding on to this view.
バカじゃないの、本気で。
And now we're back getting Rin thinking about Archer's dreams that she saw. Yes, that just makes me seriously mad. He tried his best, worked hard, even though he was an ordinary person, and finally obtained a miracle with his own blood, and it pisses her off the same way that Shiro does. And that'll be a lie if he doesn't become happy. If he made many people happy, then he had to become happier than all of those people combined. But he did not receive such a reward. The only thing he was given was the fate to be used as a guardian after his death. That's right. Why didn't I realize that? Guardians are summoned into every age. Doesn't that mean that they are summoned from every age? Yes. In other words, from the present and the past. And heroic spirits can even be summoned from the future. We have not yet... I am freaking out. I am There's no shot, right? There's no shot, right? They actually brought up the future. Oh my god. No way. For guardians who are pushed into a position off of the axis of time, the concept of time does not exist. Yep. There's no shot. At the point that they became a heroic spirit, they sublimate into something other than what they used to be when they were human. Yep. Then, it is possible for a guardian to be summoned into the place and age they... No way! This is not happening. This is not happening. This is not happening. This is not happening. Summoned into the place and age they lived in when they were alive. It's vexing when I think about it. Of course Rin would figure this out because Archer and Shiro piss her off in the same way. Even though for all that Archer's become jaded, he's still... There's no shot. There's no shot. It's because neither of them get salvation. There's no shot. The one that watches his pet... There is no shot! Or the one that watches his adventure. There is no shot! They will only hurt by now how they changed! There is no shot! There is no shot! I already know the end of this big idiot who tried to be of help to others. He became a guardian by choice. He thought that it was more than he could ask for if he could save people even after he died. He did not have the power to save people when he was alive, but he believed that he could break through any tragedy as a heroic spirit. Thinking so, he made a contract with the world to give his body after death and saved hundreds of lives. He believed he would be able to save tens of thousands of people and more after that. But he was betrayed by such hope. Places where heroic spirits and guardians appear are only hell. They only appear when the world is about to be destroyed by people. Humans are beings that perish by their own doings. That's why the process of destruction should always be the same. He was only summoned to those hells. In the land where the ones he wanted to save were already dead, he killed even more people. The boy who said he just didn't want to see anyone cry could only see humans crying forever. You are shitting me. There is only one thing I can say. He has been betrayed by many things the whole time. And in the very end, he was even betrayed by the only thing he believed in. His ideal. How the fuck is this not the last route? What on earth is Heaven's Feel? There's no shot. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yep, that's projection. Yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. Good God. That was the only spell he was given. Fucking projection. Nazu, I bow to thee. What the actual fuck? What is that? It makes me so mad that I want to beat his chest and scold him. I, Tosaka Rin, have never had any hardships in my life. So I might not have the right to say it, but I believe in working hard and going through pain. It's wrong not to be rewarded for your battles. That's why I'm angry at his unrewarded life. Most of all, I can't leave him, who ended up cursing his life, be. Yep, you can't leave him be, and good for you. As long as you're my servant, I won't do anything other than what I believe in. I'm not as naive as Emi Ashiro, but there are still things that I cannot give up. No matter who it is, I don't have the intention of giving it up. That's right. That's why I swore that. As long as I'm his master, I will believe in my path like he used to do. Oh my God. That's about all I could show to him. That's about the only way I could repay him. That might have been meaningless, but at least I do it so that Archer, who lost sight of his own past, could realize that his life was something he could be proud of. What the actual fuck is happening? The first thing I notice when I wake up from my slumber are the sensations in my limbs. They hurt, and I can't move them. Plus, I'm sitting in a chair and seem to be sleeping in an unnatural position. I don't want to admit it, but I'm in the worst possible situation. To be honest, I can't do anything. My hands are behind the chair and restrained by something like handcuffs. My ankles are the same, and I can't stand from my chair. On top of that, my handcuffs and shackles are magecraft resistant, and my magic circuit is so messed up that I can't even create magical energy. Now that I've confirmed my situation, I check my surroundings. It's cold. The room made of stone has no heater, and it is an abandoned place that hasn't been used for a while. It's dark outside the windows. From the looks of it, it's probably past 10 p.m. or so.
で、どういうつもりよ、アーチャー。
I glare into the darkness. The shadow of the pillar. The knight in red is sitting on a pile of rubble.
どうもこうもない。お前はエミやシロを釣る餌だ。それは自分でも分かっているだろう。
私がいなくたってシロなら勝手に来るわよ。
Yep.
そんなこと、あなたならわかるでしょうに。
And throwing the "you should know that" line back at him. For a very clear reason.
そうだな。だが、そこにお前がいては都合が悪い。ことが済むまで、目障りな邪魔者には、ここでおとなしくしていてもらおう。
I'm so curious if she's gonna call him out on it. Archer states without appearing in front of me. There is no sign of previous intimacy. He is really a calm assassin now.
そう。どうあってもシロを殺すっていうのね、あなた。
ああ。あのような甘い男は、今のうちに消えた方がいい。
He replies as if it's only natural. The only thing I could see from here is his shadowed side profile. His expression is cold as if he's wearing a mask. That makes me seriously infuriated.
シロが甘いってことは言われなくても分かってるけど。
Of course. I take a breath. It'll end if I say, "Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god." I'm like panicking. Archer will never come back to me if I say that. I take a breath and stare at the man in the shadows.
それでも私はあいつの甘いところが愛しいって思う。あいつはああでなくちゃいけないって。ああいうやつがいてもいいんだって救われてる。
Aww.
けど、あんたはどうなの？そこまでやっておいて、身勝手な理想論を振りかざすのは間違ってるって思ったわけ。
Funny that that's how he ends up after all that time.
何度も何度も他人のために戦って、何度も何度も裏切られて、何度も何度もつまらない後始末をさせられて。
Yep.
それで人間ってものに愛想が尽きたっていうの？あっちゃん。
I get even more angry as I speak, and I'm yelling at the top of my lungs. Are they really about to? Oh my god. Archer doesn't answer. His side profile consumed in the shadows is no longer the side profile that I know. They're just gonna end it there. Motherfucker. What the actual fuck? It just keeps going. Oh my god. I don't even know what to say right now. I don't even know what to say. Like, I can't fucking wait for that true name. When I heard that from the man I believed could save everyone, all I felt was repulsion.
いいかいしろ。正義の味方に救えるのは味方をした人間だけだ。
I didn't like those words either. I didn't want the person who I thought was the hero of justice himself to say such realistic things. Since that time, my life has just been trying to overturn those words. There is no need for sacrifices. Nobody will be hurt if you work hard and do your best. My old man must have always admired that as well. So...
安心した。
I can't look away from his final moment. Tosaka said that such a life is distorted. I know. I realized that a long time ago. There is no such world where nobody gets hurt. And there is no happiness where nobody gets hurt. Such a convenient utopia does not exist anywhere in this world. Yeah, it's an ever-distant utopia. The hero of justice that I'm trying to become is just hypocrisy.
人助けの果てには何もない。
So, I know that without having to be told.
他人も自分も救えない。偽りのような人生だ。
Yep. Yeah. Even if that's true, I won't let you say it. I don't care if anyone other than him denies it. But I won't let him say it. Exactly. Oh. The same things. We have the same beginnings. And even if I were to turn out like that, no. That's why I have to deny him. So that he doesn't approve of the former Miyashiro. As long as I am here, I won't approve of him. Even if the stream is distorted. If I believed in this and decided that I will keep on believing in it, then I... Jesus Christ. I wake up, I look at the clock right away and see that it's past 11 p.m.
目が覚めましたか、シロ。
Saber says in a calm voice, sitting on her knees. It has already been half a day since we came back from the church. She must have been watching over me the whole time I was unconscious.
ああ、起きた。体も問題ないよ。疲れも取れたし、頭痛も消えた。
Yeah, you're getting there. I get up from bed. The sensations in my limbs are back to usual. The magic circuit that I overused is still exhausted, but it hasn't burned up.
行くのですか、シロ。
Saber suddenly asks. The answer's obvious, so I silently nod back.
わかりました。では私も同行します。
Of course.
ですがシロ。リンは私のマスターです。彼女を救い出すのは私の役目だ。アーチャーは
逆だ、セイバー。アーチャーとは俺が
Oh
や
my
る。
god. Oh my god. I interrupt Saber. She looks at me uneasily.
それはダメだ、シロ。アーチャーはあなたの。
Yep. It seems like all three of them have figured it out. She hesitates, having a hard time saying it.
分かってる。あいつが何者なのかは、多分出会った時から分かってた。
I was repulsed by him without reason from the first time we met. I stubbornly hated him, thinking that I could not approve of him. That is only natural. Any person would look away if they are shown their own mistakes.
けど、だからこそ、あいつがしたことは認めない。あ
Also,
いつとだけは、俺が決着をつけなくちゃいけないんだ。
if you guys want to know, if it wasn't clear, this was the last thing that Unlimited Blade Works had to do to officially surpass the Fate route for me. Was leave me a sobbing wreck. We got there. So I can officially say, I think regardless of how this all ends, why the fuck is Gilgamesh... I can't get over the fact that Gilgamesh is still just around. That it has to be, that I think this route surpassed the Fate route for me. Like, this was the one thing, was the way that the ending of the Fate route emotionally resonated with me, but yeah, this is the one thing I needed, and I got there. Oh my god. I stand up. My body is in great condition. There's only half a day until time is up. I can't spend any more time resting.
シロ。
こんなことを言える立場じゃないけど、頼む、セイバー。アーチャーとは俺がやる。その時、どうなっても手を出さないでいてほしい。
Yep. I bow as I ask Saber.
いいえ。そのようなことをする必要はありません。シロ。あなたがそう望むのなら、私はそれに従いましょう。
Wow.
この身はあなたの盾になると誓ったのです。その行く末を最後まで見届けます。
I swore that I would be your shield. I shall see your fate off until the end. Her answer is perfect. Her dignified voice sweeps away the uneasiness lingering on my mind.
ありがとう。セイバーが見守ってくれるんなら心強い。
はい。私もあなたがそうであってくれて嬉しい、シロ。
Yeah, also, you know, it's a little past 1 in the afternoon. I'll probably be playing this tonight, and I'll probably, like, I'm at a point now where I have to, like, I'm in, like, full, like, I have to beat this route now. I'm gonna keep playing this, you know, I'm still gonna get my other stuff done, but I'm gonna play this as much as I can and get through, because it feels like we're so close, but I can't get over the fact that Gilgamesh is just hanging around. Or that's just a huge loose end still. I can't even imagine how this is gonna go, too, because I imagine it's gonna be Archer and Saber against Gilgamesh in the end. I imagine this is somehow gonna lead to Rin, Saber, and mainly Shiro getting through to Archer, which sounds psychotic. But I feel like that's where it's gonna go. I mean, maybe it is gonna be a straight-up Saber-Gilgamesh finale. Just, Gilgamesh, like, it feels like this is the end, right? Like, this feels like it should be the final confrontation, which is crazy that it's really not set up to be. She smiles back. We've prepared for departure now. We leave my house. Who would have thought that we would go back to that castle again?
おい、お前ら、人の話聞いてねえだろ。
Oh yeah, Lancer's here. We both turn around. I keep waiting for this night to end. I don't know if this night's ever gonna end. I'm not gonna lie. I think now's as good a place as any. Like, this day is never gonna end. Like, I don't... To the execution ground is crazy. Like, this is gonna be like a moment of levity before we head off, because Lancer is here. I have to stop somewhere, or this episode's gonna be like 12 hours, because it feels like we're just... I honestly don't think there's gonna be I don't even know. Like, I was waiting for like a sleep, and then it was gonna transition to the next day. It just never will. This music's nice, so I kind of want to stay here instead of going to the title screen. Yeah, I'll do this. No, actually, it's cooler to look at Lancer and Saber with their funny faces. But I am an emotional wreck right now. It's one of those things that was hinted at the entire time, and like, it almost looks obvious in hindsight. It's the type of thing that this is the perfect example of a reveal that looks so obvious in hindsight, but I feel like when you're going through it for the first time, it's like just it's like there's no shot, right? It's the type of reveal that's like there's no chance. There's no chance that Archer is Shiro, but it just gradually becomes more and more likely over time, and then you hit that point. For me, it was a little bit before they really went all the way with the reveal. It was the second that, like, once I realized that it was projection he was doing, and then you just kind of put that together with all of the weird feelings that Shiro and Archer have had for each other, and it just kind of clicked. And then, but at first it was still like, there's no chance, but what if? And ever since I said that, it only became more and more clear. And I don't even know what to say. Like, Archer might be my favorite character. I can't believe I'm saying it. That might be enough. It's so, like, I've been, from day one, I've said Rin's my favorite character, and nothing has changed. And pretty much since day one, Archer was my second favorite character. You know, Saber has, like, strongly, like, pushed her way into the conversation. I think Shiro's such an interesting potato. Right? You have these characters. And it's so interesting because I have kind of felt like You know, and there's other potatoes, right? Like Kirei's amazing. You know, Lancer's proving to be amazing. I've fallen in love with Castor and Kazuki in this route. But I'm not gonna lie. I think this is by far the strongest that Rin has ever been challenged as my favorite character in Fate Stay Night. And it makes sense because Rin was my kind of day one favorite and Archer was my day one, like, runner-up. Like, it was always Rin and Archer. It was like, they're my two favorite characters. And I'm genuinely questioning whether Archer has actually passed Rin. And I don't want to say it because of how much I love Rin, but I think Archer might be my new favorite character in Fate Stay Night. I think this might have pushed it over the edge. I don't even know what to say. Like, this is the greatest. This is the greatest thing ever. Like, somehow the Archer reveal lived up to the hype. I don't know how it could have. Like, it had no chance of ever being big enough to matter that much. But, because obviously, like, the Saber reveal is absolutely phenomenal. This is beyond that. And what's crazy about it is this route could never be the first route of the story. It always had to either be the second or the third. But it still kind of shocks me that this isn't the last route. I have never been more terrified for Heaven's Feel than I am now. The fact that that is the third route is crazy. I can't believe this isn't the third route. Because like I said, narratively speaking, I feel like the Fate route kind of has to be the first route. This route could not be the first route. Like, this route, I think, like, a lot of the reasons why this route works so well is the fact that it's not the first route. But all I keep thinking is, how is there another fucking route after this? And, you know, this route surpassed Fate for me. And, you know, this is just one of the greatest things ever, obviously. And I'm just trying to imagine, like, is there any shot Heaven's Feel is going to be better? And the craziest part is, the answer is yes. Because at this point, I trust Nazu enough to where I'm not expecting it, but there's a shot. I mean, he's proven to me twice now, because the Fate route was excellent, and this has surpassed it. Like I said, I'm just throwing... I've been saying this whole time that the one thing I had to wait for was the ending, and to see if the ending would emotionally resonate with me. Even if the ending isn't as emotional for me as the ending of the Fate route, I just went through, like, a religious experience over the last however long. Like, since we got back on, right? I was already losing my mind, and I had to break away. Little did I know that this shorter session would be even worse. And I have no idea, like, how long we are. We're probably at least 4 hours in, because I know one of the things I did in my break was real quick. I edited the video. It was basically exactly 3 hours before the break. So this is going to be a long-ass video. And it just keeps going, so I just have to stop here. But, like, I don't even know. Like, this was the greatest. This is the greatest. This is one of the greatest games I've ever played. We're not even 2/3 through the game. How is that possible? This is one of the greatest games I've ever played. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. This is why stories like this is why I want to do, like, visual novel Let's Plays, and I want to explore, like, the great visual novels of all time, because I truly believe this is the greatest medium for telling stories. I genuinely believe it. I believe it, like, genuinely. As much as I love animation and, like, anime and shit, this is my favorite medium. It's better than books, it's better than manga, it's better than animation, it's better than live action, like, film or television. I genuinely believe that visual novels are, like, the peak medium. And I know that's, like, a weird comment, but it's just my experiences. Few things have matched my experiences with visual novels, and I have emotionally resonated with this story twice now so much. Or, I mean, really, they're kind of two different however you want to look at it, right? Each route. So much that I just can't help but, okay, I'm ready to Yeah, I'm ready to go to the title screen. Actually, I'm ready to change the music. This music's fun and all, but now I'm like, let's hear the title music. It's been long enough where I'm ready to go back to the title music. But like this series has resonated with me so much, and like even that, like so much to the point where I don't even know like what I'm gonna do with the rest of this franchise. Like besides the fact that, like I said, I am gonna react to Fate Zero at some point, I am like so invested in Fate that like I feel like this is the worst case scenario for me, because now it's like genuinely I kind of want to just do everything. Like obviously we're getting Hollow Ataraxia soon, this year or next year. I forget if it's this year or next year, but Hollow Ataraxia is coming, and like I basically at this point I basically have to play that at some point. And obviously Fate Zero I have to react to, which is fine. Like that's just a show. But like I don't even know. Like I kind of want to explore like everything Fate has to offer, and that just sounds like the worst idea I've ever had in my life. And I just hate it. I just hate everything. I actually hate Nazu. But more than anything, like God. But like I said, I wanted to anyways, but I will also say this. I don't know how many years in the future it will be. We are going on that. We are going to play Witch on the Holy Night. We are going to play Tsukihime at some point. Like, this shit needs to happen. Like, Nazu, I hate it because all of these, I swear to God, it's like every visual novel I play on this channel, it's like another guy where I'm like, fuck, I have to play all of his shit now because it's so good. Like, it's actually crazy how much I want to, like, genuinely, like, that's one of the things, is, like, how much I want to play, like, Witch on the Holy Night and Tsukihime because of this stupid fucking game. I'm not even done with the second route. Like, I hate everything. But this is incredible, and I love Fate Stay Night so much, and dude, Shiro is so interesting because he's one of the best protagonists of all time, but kind of in like a Shinji Ikari way. For anyone who's seen Eva, he's not the most likable character in the world. No one might argue he's more likable than Shinji, but in a similar sense, it's such a... The performance of the character is so deeply intertwined with the writing, and like it is the writing of the series and the brilliance of the series that makes the character so good. And it's like really stupid. Like I kind of hate how much like Emiya is one of the best protagonists of all time, but I don't know if I could really call him one of my favorite protagonists of all time, because despite the fact that I just said Archer might be my favorite character in Fate. Funny that contradiction. But Emiya is such a weird character for me to define, right? Because he's such a complex character layered in a simplicity. And like that's such a weird balance to strike that Nazu has managed to strike with Emiya Shiro. And I just can't help but admire this type of protagonist so much. Like I said, I feel like the only character that I could sort of compare to a little bit, and for different reasons, they're very different characters, but like I said, Shinji Ikari, definitely it's the only other protagonist that I feel similar feelings towards to Emiya Shiro. And I think the depth of Shiro's character and like the way that he like... He's just such an interesting character. It's hard for me to really, like, go deeper than that. Like, he's such an interesting character. And, you know, getting to be inside of his head now for essentially 2 variations of the Holy Grail Roar, even though we're still not even done with the Unlimited Bladeworks version, is just so interesting. And then you layer that on top of Archer and everything about that. And, again, it just adds even more to your perspective of him, and I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. Like, this is one of the, this is so good. This is so good. Like, the fact that I have another route after this, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Because, like I said, I've already started Danganronpa V3. I've only did one episode. But at this point, I've started it. It's gonna be in between Unlimited Blade Works and Heaven's Feel. And I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't know. Like, I want, like, genuinely, I'm already thinking about, like, because I wanted to do Heaven's Feel shortly after Unlimited Blade Works for me, and, like, maybe get through it before you guys even see it, or whatever, right? But I want to ensure that there's no hiatus like there was between the first route and the second route. Obviously, it's in the moment right now, but I genuinely don't know. Like, I feel like I need a giant break from this series. As excited as I am to plow through, grind through, and finish Unlimited Blade Works right now, I genuinely don't know if I can do Heaven's Feel anytime soon. Like, I actually... This is destroying me. Like, I don't think you guys understand how much this episode took out of me. And I get the feeling that it's gonna hurt even more, and I'm just gonna, like... Genuinely, like, I don't know. I don't know if I can do Heaven's Feel anytime soon. Like, it's actually, like... It's just too much. Like, this game is genuinely gonna ruin my life. And I mean that as, like, the ultimate compliment. I don't even know what to do. Like, I hate when shows or games do this to me, where I'm like, I just keep talking now. Like, I feel like I've had, like, things to say, but now I'm just, like, saying words because I don't want to end the episode. It's not even the end of the route. It's not even the end of the route and I'm doing this. I hate everything. But yeah, I mean, what a shocker. This game is peak. So much happened in this episode. Rin became Saber's master, and I had like a... I was so excited for that, and somehow that feels so secondary now that the stuff that happened after happened. I'm actually at a loss for words. Like, it's unbelievable. But, anyways, I'm just gonna leave it there. This game's awesome. We have more Unlimited Blade Works coming in like a week or whenever the next episode's coming out. I don't even know. Maybe I'll get through the damn night. Maybe not. I don't even know. We'll find out. I apologize for the weird cutoff, but I was never going to get a good cutoff. Jesus Christ. Anyways, no outro. There's no outro. This is just the end of the video. Bye.